everything,
Credit
Smokey.
where it's due, you've mastered the art of talking nonsense with absolute confidence.
Well, we were actually talking about that, where we should have, like, segments. A segment where, you know, we just, like, literally don't say anything. It's like, in this 5 minutes, you try to use as many words as possible and try to say as little as possible. Hey, that's me, only 2 beers in, and I'm fucking acting like a fucking retard. Marcus, 2 beers too many, maybe, because that woman you're grossing out right now is the same one that signs all our paychecks. The room is silent now, the vibrant energy from before sucked out. The life of the party lies dead, strangled by the hands of its host. Marcus looks around, searching for anything to bring it back to life. Alex softly. How can you call me soft when you're the one with a Viagra prescription? Oh, damn! The roar of laughter burst from the crowd, breaking the silence. Marcus, I told you, that wasn't for me. Alex, there's just some other man named Marcus leaving a half-opened bottle of it on our counter? Chocobos, the bestiary, the like Moogles, Kate Sith, and Cactuar, the exact pull from Final Fantasy things, I'll probably have to rename. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm like, where did this galaxies and like why are we trying to extrapolate the story on such a fantastic, like, the whole point is to not go to that length because it's too much beyond comprehension. And I already write in an abstract way. Okay, Beezus, I think you need to take a toke, bro. And
So
Charlie uses fucking earbuds, man. Don't diss Charlie. Earbuds are what it's all about, bro. I just wish my fucking PC. I use Sony InZones.
Let's say is Nick.
Then don't wear
And
glasses. Charlie doesn't wear glasses and he still uses
So if you want
these.
to just
We're going to riot. It's a bit hard to read, honestly, but I've gotten used to it. I call for a riot against a notepad. I mean, that's how you guys feel. God damn it, Smokey! But we'll both be very high. True. Remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! But I want it to be like super, super disorienting at the beginning, where it takes me like the first 2 or 3 scenes to like actually figure what the fuck is going on. And this has structure of the universe, deities and mythical forces, magic system, creation myths. Oh, I like that. Geographies, environments, and continent, major land masses, key figures, character 1, backstory, main conflicts. Oh, I love it, Beezus. Yes, this is definitely 100% what I need. The hardest part about this is everything is going to be dueled. We're going to have the original, if there is, an original Final Fantasy base, and then we're going to have an alternate name for it. And we're going to have the Final Fantasy, like, exact description of it, and then we're going to have a modified alternate description of it to make it our own. Fuck you, Visa. Ours would be a lone human in a world of other species tries to find the origins of his species. We have like 2 or 3 of those that play throughout the like different sections of the book. Like, you kind of start out with all of them, and you finish one at the first quarter, half, and 75%. Basically, like, through the book. The end of Act 1, the end of Act 2. Or the beginning of Act 1, the end of Act 1, and the end of Act 2. Leads you in one direction and then completely swaps it over with something else. Because the entire first half of the story is talking about the spices, the aromas, the clanging of pots, the, you know, stirring of broths, the in theoretical science, yes, and I'm a huge fan of theoretical science. So, quantum physics, origin of the universe, like things that you could never know, right? Write them down in places, don't forget them. Expand on them, work on them, think about them in your free time. That's what I do. I got 18 years of lore for my main book in my head. But hey guys, remember, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It's like when artists do like a 3-color challenge. It is so limited deliberately, so you have to stretch your creativity to fit in the rules you set out. Exactly, Samar. I love doing that with like little exercises and stuff like that. It's true, but I use every tool available to me, right? Knowing what tools are bad and what tools not to use is also a very important thing. Like, that's why a lot of some of the advice that we go through is like, oh, don't listen to this advice, or these are the caveats as to why you wouldn't use this advice. This is like saying that type 1 diabetes and type 2 are totally unrelated when they often medications are used. Clinical depression is different from situations. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How y'all doing? Oh, it's a fucking day today, guys. It's a fucking day today. Whew, what the fuck is going on with the world, guys? What the fuck is going on with the world? All I know is...
Have you ever given, received an Amish oil change before?
No, Mike, what's that? Is that like a Dirty Sanchez, but like an upgrade? Oh, an above and beyond measure? Is that what that's all about? Because I'm interested if you're willing to teach me. You know, learn the ways a wee bit.
You should Google it.
I'm not Googling it. Don't need that in my search history. Feel like a dickhead, but I swear my parents who sticks with their abuser is too concerned with what they want and not what a kid wants. You shouldn't feel like a dickhead, Ahab. Because any parent who's not willing to sacrifice themselves for their kid shouldn't have a fucking kid. Period. You chose to get pregnant. Unless it's an outlier, which we literally don't even really need to talk about. But, you know, there are outliers, but that's not what we're talking about. 3, 2, 1, toke! Well, my figurative tubes are tied. Dealing with that shit all day? That sucks, Ahab. That sucks, bro. Life is, brutal. Let's just say that, right? Not really much else there is to say. All I can say is nothing ever happens, nothing ever will happen. But my newest thing is like, okay, Little Debbie, hey, yo, what's up, Void? At this point, yo, Hybrid, what's up? Not much, we're chilling, we're just chilling. At this point in the world, the only solution is to get the fuck out and go non-contact. True, Ahab. Hi, Void, Ahab, Ninja. We got everyone popping in now. Yeah, there's something to be said about people who are unwilling to compromise. where they're like, I don't deserve this. Life sucks. Like, shut the fuck up. God, you're such a whining little bitch. You made your bed, now fucking sleep in it. People are so, I don't know. But anyways, the shit is crazy in the world, guys. Shit is crazy in the world. I'll be like,
Let's just say that an Amish oil change involves horses.
what the fuck? How does that, what? The fuck, Mike? Okay. Not to bring up the past, but aren't you the same guy who once said, I meant that in terms of influencers? Yeah, I think Ninja, the whole point was like influencers calling stuff out and influencers not really having an impact, even though influencers kind of do have an impact. And it's like, you know, it's nice, right? But I mean, a book, it's not to say it couldn't be something like 69ing on the back of a horse, right? We don't have to go all the way with it. Just because a horse is involved might mean that it's Amish, right? So it's like, it might just be doing something inside of a carriage. So you might need a horse-drawn carriage in order to perform this task, because that is a detail about the setting in which it occurs. So don't jump to conclusions too fast, book, because it is Amish. What's planned tonight? What's planned tonight? We're just gonna fuck around. We're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna read some stories. Do you want me to read part of your story, Nico? You finished the rewrite? Plus half of that was kind of shit posting. Hey, good talk. I have a question to ask. It's something that Myron Gaines pointed out regarding books on self-help. Yeah, sure. Absolutely, Ninja. But I would say, if you're looking to a book for self-help, like, you are down fucking bad, bro. You are down bad. It's one thing for, like, oh, how do I improve myself? It's another thing for being like, I hate myself, and, you know, stuff like that, right? Like, betterment versus, like, what would be betterment versus, like, a comparison, right? Comparing yourself to someone else. The reason I'm pointing out double standards on how men and women are treated in self-help books. Oh, why? I'm great at helping people. To be honest, I hate being in a place where I'm the only one who's of sound mind. True, Ahab. I want to know your take on it, if what Myron says is true.
I was doing some research yesterday.
All right.
I was looking through.
If only I could fucking hear it.
Doing some research yesterday, and I was going through women's self-help
Apparently.
books. Okay.
Torture.
Yeah, it is torture.
Sorry, Myron.
I know, but I learned a golden fucking nugget from reading women self-help books. You know what female self-help books do? 95% of the content is reaffirming language for their current state.
Beat Mirror's Edge. That game is nice, but needed more work. Faith is finicky at times.
You're an awesome person.
Nice.
Don't worry what other people think.
Given the pictures of him being with a man, it would be gay by. Who
Okay?
cares?
And then 5%.
Spawned wrong. Yo, what's up?
Let's flip it on the other side. Read a men's self-help book.
Ooh.
95%. You're a fucking bum.
Yeah.
You're a loser.
Yeah.
You don't make enough money.
Yeah.
You need to get your shit
Yeah.
together. Bitches don't want to suck
Yeah.
your dick because you stink.
Yeah.
And then 5% affirmation of their current
Mirror's
situation.
Edge was fun as hell, but yeah, it was for sure finicky, to be fair. I think it's the first of its kind.
The reason why
I go to a wall
women
run.
that they do
Bitch don't
is
want a
that
raw
we
one. To grab a ledge.
quite
Bitch doesn't grab the ledge.
have an entire economy, an entire industry. Fuck, I'm gonna call it the entire fucking matrix tells women that
May
they're
you could read the
special
news
and gives
story.
you
The first and
little
second chapter are
to
globally
zero
the same,
incentive
but
to improve.
context changed.
And there's no more telling situation than the difference between female self-help books and male self-help books.
And some of the
Male
performing
self-help
sections are
books say you're a
inconsistent.
loser,
Other
piece of
than
shit.
that,
It's
I enjoyed it. We'll be
negative
buying the sequel. Mirror's
reinforcement
Edge,
for their
Catalyst.
inadequacies. Female self-help books, it's positive reinforcement for their inadequacies with little to no critique and little to no incentive to change to become a better man. That's why girls come on this fucking podcast and say stupid shit like, I'm not changing for a high value man. He better take it the way that I come, which is a great mindset for a man to have after he's actually accomplished something, but it's a terrible mindset for some random bimbo that hasn't accomplished anything. But guess what? All these young hoes think that way, guys. And it's because we have an entire economy dependent on lying to women to make a fucking dollar. And they don't realize that they fucked up until they're 32 years old, sitting at this fucking table, crying and saying, I wish I could go back in time. I didn't know. Feminism is a lie. And trust me, we've had those fucking conversations here. We've had girls on here crying about being on OnlyFans. We've had girls over here that put off marriage when they had a good bachelor. We've had girls over here crying and saying they chased their career versus chasing a man when they had the opportunity. We've had all those fucking situations on this podcast, guys. Okay? But it's because women quite literally live in a matrix where no one tells them the cold, hard truth. Bitch, you got a finite amount of time to find the guy of your dreams. You better find him while you're young and beautiful. You better find that man, serve that man, submit to that man, and have that man take care of you because he probably most likely won't leave you if you're a good girl. But we don't tell women this shit. We tell them to love their curves. We tell them they're special. We tell them they're the best. We tell them that men simply can't handle them. And this is why.
The film industry, the massive lie as well. Yes, book. Yes.
Has not ended. If you guys don't believe me,
I don't know what doesn't make sense. My opinion on a lot of Myrons are questionable. At least I know, but I don't want your opinion. It has nothing to do with horses. It involves actual horses and humans.
Fresh and Fit podcast, right?
You posted in the chat, so you're talking to everyone. Myron is a brain dead moron, however, he does have few base takes. Few, I want to emphasize.
We were doing real time with bitches at a table from different walks of life and educations. Why has it exploded? Think about that. Why has this exploded? And why is every other fucking podcast right now bringing girls on the show and asking the same goddamn questions we do? Why? Because people understand that no one, right? This is probably the first time in modern day history that people are actually putting modern day women's feet to the fire and challenging their skewed perception of reality and it's fucking entertainment.
Yep, it is. It's pure fucking entertainment.
Of simply asking modern day women questions that follow logic and seeing their illogical fallacies has been crazy growth.
Yep.
If that doesn't prove that we live in a fucking matrix, that we live in a crazy...
When you have double standards is where I take Myron's side.
Female
I
delusion
do like that he's anti-Zionist. I also like points the double standards with regard to sex and gender. Crazy how I took the red pill to point out double standards.
Mom is getting into this genre. That proves my point to the highest level, that modern day women are fucking delusional, that to the point you can monetize off it.
Yep.
You can't make this shit up.
True.
And you could thank the sexual revolution for this delusion. We don't tell women the truth because there's no money in the truth with females.
Yep.
Well said.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Kevin.
100%. He's 100% true. Women live in this bubble where they're so emotionally fragile that if you tell them anything close to the truth, oh boy, dear howdy, you are fucked. And they think that it's like Asmund said, this is the circle of feminism. Oh, I hate the fact that women are only valued by sucking dick. Oh, you know, women are, how do you say this, like, the empowerment, like, you know, men can't live without women. There's nothing, like, men have no value. And then it's like, oh yeah, you know, there's how do you say this? Like every man should worship me. I need my 7 foot, 7 figure, 7 ab, fucking bullshit. And then it's like, oh, men suck. They're the terrible ones. They have, no value. They're never going to do anything. So we should just, we're allowed to stomp all over them. And then it goes to, hey, you know what's the best thing is sucking dick for money. How the fuck did you do that? Like, I want to know. That's some time and like space-time continuum warp shit. Like, how the fuck did you get back to the same position, but you have the complete opposite view of what you had before? Like, what? Can I go in voice chat? Romance one? Oh, yeah, sure, book. Romance one? Oh, yeah, yo, sure, book. What's up? What was the point even being made, Scotty? I'm lost. I just got here. Is it true that self-help books, women receive too much positive reinforcement? Done playing me, so now I'm on stream. Men don't have values unless we forge it. Agree with you. Why are you watching Myron? He was making a point. Asked to talk about his opinion on Myron's take on self-help books. That's why he was watching a video from Myron made. Because he was just wondering. My theory in life, but not in practice, is if I, as a woman, slap punch you, you have whatever set the right to slap punch me back. Aren't you grown, Ninja? Why are you worried about this stuff? Tighten up. Fish, he never said he was worried about it. He just said he wanted my opinion. Fish, I think you're looking... I think you're looking too far into this. Yeah, Fish, I think you're looking too far into this, being like, oh, he needs Scotty's approval on this opinion. No, he just wants to know what my opinion is. No, Fish, it's the problem is it's not knowing my opinion or agreeing with my opinion. It's how I came to my opinion. I also believe that if we are in a shipwreck, you don't have to wait for me to go first and can save yourself first. It's all about being selfish. Seabook, but this is the problem that I think women don't, or like women have when it comes to men. So, you know how women want to be complimented, right? Like this is just like a general thing. Like, it's nice to compliment women. I know this is going to be like a really weird analogy, but guys, you tell me if this analogy is correct to you. Why can I not hear you, Book?
I'm just quiet.
Oh, okay.
I'm listening to you.
Okay, because I see the thing going like pop, like, lighting up, and I'm like, wait, I don't hear anything. This my you came to your opinion, Gooner. Yeah, weird. Okay, so how do you word
compliments?
This? Okay.
Excuse me.
If you're I gotta find the right words to say this. If you're
just try and say it like
what
the wrong
makes
way,
you feel,
and then further explain.
What makes you feel good? Somebody giving you a compliment or someone telling you the truth?
I think it's honestly true for everyone in general that they would prefer to have the white lie.
Okay. I don't think that's true for men.
So, in your opinion, and I'm just, explaining in an over-exaggerated way, women and other men should just constantly come up to people in natural conversation and say, hey, Scotty, you're fugly.
See,
like,
and
all the time. Not even just, hey, I'm ribbing you, or, like, it just constantly like that. Or, your layabout, or like, like it's not healthy to constantly have people say bad things about you. And if we're honest, most people say bad things about people. How often do people go out of the way to say, "Hey, you're great, Scotty"?
Okay, I guess because this is my problem with phrasing the question is like um the difference between the three stages, right? Like you're passive, you're neutral, and you're aggressive, right? So
Okay.
a compliment can either be passive, neutral, or aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So it's more of the presentation, right? How do I compliment you? Do I come up to I get like it's hard to find okay, so I come up to someone who is, in my opinion, naturally pretty, but they're wearing makeup,
Yeah.
which I think makes them look ugly.
Mhm.
So do I tell them
Yeah.
you look ugly with that makeup on, or do I tell them you look pretty even though it's not part of my attraction? And reinforce the idea that you should continue to wear makeup.
My brain broke for a second because it's trying to process that.
And like this is the problem between men and women. Because women will generally say, I would
So I
rather
think
you
I understand,
compliment
and it's
me.
kind of a meme.
Sorry, what?
So I think this is generally a meme that we know about. So it's women tend to lie to their friends more often in a positive way, whereas when men are in friendships, they tend to be very truthful, almost to an extreme, but like in a ribbing way. So like
Yes.
most girls will not be like, "Hey, Karen, you're fugly." And like that's kind of what a guy would say to their friend. But they're not necessarily saying you're actually fugly. They're just saying like, "Oh, like maybe you're not the best looking dude, but it's funny."
I never said anything about lying, Ahab. I said compliments. How do you compliment someone in a like passive or neutral way? I say complimenting someone in an aggressive way is complimenting them something on maybe something you shouldn't compliment them on, just to like boost their spirits, right?
Like what I tend to do is like I won't point out the flaw. I'll find something else to compliment.
Yeah, exactly,
So
right.
like
And it's
in
it's
your
a
example, I might
pick
notice
and
she's
choose.
beautiful, and I might notice that I don't like her makeup, and I might say like honestly like, "You know what? Your makeup's a little bit heavy today," like if I know them well. Otherwise, I'm just going to say something like great ass.
Mm-hmm. One of the comments stated, "Tell one of these girls you look like Al Weezy. You're gonna get a negative reaction." Well, that's another thing.
I don't
True,
know that.
Ninja, is I think this comes back to the emotional reaction. When you compliment someone, or sorry, when you compliment a woman, it's an emotional reaction. Now, guys, you tell me what you think. When I get a compliment, I analyze it and I say, okay, what am I doing differently that made it so I got this compliment? And then I try to reinforce that.
I don't think from my experience with men that's the case most of the time, because you're a very analytic person and
Yeah.
not everyone is.
Yeah. That's why I don't use myself as an example,
So
right?
like just as another example, let's say I went up to like a gorgeous model, a male model, and I was like, "You know what? Your abs are pretty good, but I think you could do like an extra 100 crunches a day." Like, like something like that. That could be a huge blow to their ego. Just like it could be for a female model.
And you make an interesting point here because I have a friend who is a bodybuilder and he's very sensitive about the way he looks. And my sister was trying to compliment him, but she didn't know the wording, so she asked if he was
Yeah.
bulking, and it basically completely destroyed his confidence.
Yeah.
Because bulking is like when you're
So
like
it's not
fattening up.
gender.
So he thought that she was saying that he was like like getting fat. even though he was
So
cutting.
it's not about gender so much. It's more about how your brain processes things.
But I think
If you're a
women
more
on
emotional
average, and I don't think this is necessarily a thing. I think this is the amount, right? A dude gets complimented once a year. A woman gets complimented once a day.
Oh, I rarely get compliments.
Well, I just mean like in general. Like if you look at
I
like
know in general.
yeah, this like I don't get compliments. Period. Once an hour. Yeah. So it's like there's a numbness to that scale. But let's bring it back to we're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so I don't know if I'm gonna get through this. But when you look at the way that compliments are dished out and acceptable to society, right? You can go up to any guy and say great ass, no problem. You can't go up to any chick and say great ass, no problem, right?
That is not true. There are some situations where you cannot go up to a man and say great ass. For instance, let's say I'm 16 and a female, and I go up to my male teacher and I say, "Hey, teacher, your ass is great."
Yeah, but I think that's a little bit extreme for like.
Well, like it's an everyday situation that could happen. A lot of female students, if they have an attractive male teacher, will want to compliment them. And like your situation is also kind of extreme because like most people don't just go up to random people and say, "Hey, great ass." Like they might say, like, "Oh, I really like your hair," or like, "That's a really nice outfit." But not as many people will be like, "You have a great ass," unless they're literally hitting on them.
Well, that was kind of the point.
Oh, okay.
And that was kind of where
I would say that men
I'm leaning
are
into this, where it's like
more
there
bold
is
with
the
their like
immediate sexualized comment, right? How many comments do women get that are purely sexual? Like on a percentile, do you think?
I think it's a lot higher than women say to men.
I think it's like 80-90%. The reason
But
why a man
something
is
that's kind of
complimenting
in the
you
same realm.
is because he wants to sleep with you. Unless it's like
Yeah, but
we're
kind of
and we're
in the
talking about
same
like
realm.
initial interactions, right? Not someone you've known for years, just like ads.
But kind of in the same category. Like men are quite respectful because of double standards if they're like with a stripper, whereas women tend to be a lot more overt that because like there's not as many standards for it. So it's all situational.
But we're talking like the whole point of this conversation is on a absolute generalization, right?
True.
So
I
in
just like
general, without any extremes, compliments to women are purely sexual.
from a male perspective.
Yes.
Like men complimenting women.
Yes. Whereas women complimenting men is like, again, I don't want to say it, but it's like performative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't entirely agree, but I can agree to disagree.
So like my reason for this is, why does a woman compliment a man?
At least in my case, it would be because I want to get in someone's pants or I'm being nice. It's one of the two.
In my opinion, it's because they've done something for you. They've initiated something, and it's like a response mechanism. Because in my opinion,
So,
like
what
like
I
from the
mean is,
women
like,
that I know, it's never like a if for instance, again, if it's like you're not trying to get in their pants, right? How often do you compliment someone, right?
just off the top of my head, almost never.
Yeah.
But that's because I don't get the cue to do it.
So unless
And that's a me thing.
I guess this, like, the thing to go back to is the deserving of. And that's, like, kind of the main point to this. Like, when men get a compliment, 99% of the time they deserve it. They did something. When women get a compliment, 99% of the time, they didn't do anything. Someone's just complimenting them. So this creates
I
a...
somewhat agree with that.
Okay, so in that instance, it creates this reinforcement in society, in culture, that it is acceptable for women to do nothing and be complimented. On a infinitely higher scale than men. Now, let's bring this back to how people treat self-help and how people treat their emotional state. Using the examples we have about how people use compliments, do you think that they use the exact same mechanism and, like, logic to come to the conclusion of compliments that they do for self-help? Whereas women are like, I didn't do anything, I'm good, I'm okay, it's everybody else is the problem. Whereas men is like, I'm the problem, everybody else is right, I need to change myself.
Again, I think it's so based on the type of brain you have. It's not whether you have a penis or a vagina.
No, I'm talking about this as a cultural, social construct.
No, but even then, like, especially nowadays, like in 2026, it's based more on brain.
It's not bad to say it's your fault that things happen to you as a man. But sometimes too much of it is not good. Yeah, but if a woman says it's her fault for something, it's like, that's not like socially acceptable. It's like, girl, you don't have to take that shit. Right?
I don't think that's true at all in the current culture.
Well, one must have balance. You know what about balance? I realized I was putting myself down, so I decided to balance it out. I mean...
Like, I think it was, an issue even like 20 years ago. But nowadays, more and more women are being held accountable for their actions. I'm not saying that, like, if it's a punishment situation, that it's the same balance. Like, let's say, for instance, with social media nowadays, when people have those family accounts and they, like, use their children for social media, and then sometimes it leads to abuse. So then the mother might not be punished as harshly as the father in that case. But the mother's not, completely ignored. It's not like, oh, she was just trying to be a good mom.
But see, that's the problem, is, in my opinion, that's exactly how it is. They go, oh, the mom's innocent, it was all the dad's fault. And then they take it away. Take the kid away from the dad.
Well, I think that's still an issue. I can agree with that. It's still an issue. It's still...
I've never encountered a woman with accountability and never met quite a few. I've met quite a few. Without taking into account who the better parent is.
I've said I'm wrong a lot, and I know other women who have said they're wrong.
They've been held accountable. Media just doesn't cover it too much. But we are talking about, like, a subset of certain people, right? These are the people that are, like, they have no values. Like, they have no real understanding of the world. They're kind of NPCs to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Like, anyone who's, like, on these shows, freaking on OnlyFans and shit like that, like, you're 90% of the time some hot bimbo who's never had anyone ever tell them, you're the one who's wrong, you need to get your fucking shit together in life, because everyone just wants to bang them.
I would say that's a very small minority of, like, less than 10% of the women population.
Oh, no, 100%. It's but that's specifically what we're talking about, the hoes. Right?
Oh, okay.
Like...
Because you were saying about self-help, and not just hoes read self-help.
Oh, no. I mean, like, within the last, like, shift of the conversation to saying, like, the way that, partly why West is crumbling, the way that women are not held accountable. Right? So, like, society and culture wants to make sure that women don't get held accountable. Deserves
I might not be the best person to talk about it because, like, if I saw someone who did something, like, morally wrong, I don't care what their gender is.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're a woman.
Yeah.
So, like, a dude's trying to get with a chick, so a dude's not gonna call her out on it. Another woman is, right? And that's the mentality difference that I'm trying to, like, point out between men and women. The way that women treat other women and the way that men treat other men.
My mind is, men are stupid when it comes to wanting sex. That's literally all my brain went to. Like, they don't care about other things as long as they get the sex.
Yeah. And
so the summary of this conversation basically is, men are stupid when it comes to sex, and women encourage it.
But men also encourage women to be stupid about sex.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because it's like the yes means no, or no means yes. Like the chase.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I met a lot of women who have done morally wrong things. Sure, they apologize, but it's hollow as they repeat the behavior that is abhorrent.
That's
I mean,
true of men too. I have.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be a bias between the two because of, like, what you notice, right? So that's why I watch specifically a woman's opinion and a man's opinion on their perspectives, and then to show it's not what the opinion is, it's to show how you came to that opinion and how different those thought processes of getting to that conclusion is. And I think the comparison between how men and women are treated in a self-help way is the same way that men and women are treated in a compliment way, right? Men have to earn the compliment, whereas women are just given the freebie. And that's a social construct, right? We could live in a world where the roles are reversed and women are sexually dominant, and it's like no man would ever dare, you know, try to approach a woman or turn a woman away kind of idea, right? Like, there are societies that are like that, but it's just not our society. And most of the time it's not like that because the man can just overpower the woman 90% of the time. For men too, like I said, women and men have more issues in common than we realize or want to realize if parallel universes exist. I admit, Scotty, I'm part of the issue here. I don't see female pedophiles the same as male ones. When a woman does it, as long as there isn't any pain or egregious nonsense, I shake my head and move on. But when a man does it, I'm gonna get blicky and slide. You feel me? But one is made to be a monster, the other isn't more often than not. I'm sure women being dominant sex can exist. I know I have to work on that. No, Fish, the reason for that is that's totally understandable. Because that is human nature, right? We don't care about defending men because men can defend themselves, but we care about defending women because women can defend themselves. So it's like, you know, a 13-year-old has an affair with her teacher, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's so bad. But a 13-year-old has an affair with his teacher, and everyone's like, where was she when I was in high school? Right? So damn yeah, bud.
I don't believe that because a lot of teachers have been punished for having sex with
Oh no, but I'm just saying as a social construct. Like, in my head, if my 12-year-old, 13, 14-year-old son fucked his teacher, I'd be like, ha ha ha, fuck yeah, dude, how'd you get it in? What the fuck? She's fucked up, man. She should get fired. Like, what the fuck? You do that to my daughter and you're dead. You're dead. It's like, and to me that's completely fine because that's the difference between men and women, right?
And I think part of that is, again, the power imbalance.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, women have the chance to be pregnant. And that's like the other big, oh hell no.
And it's also sex for women can be painful. And dangerous. Depending. So, that's another thing too. And that's like that is like the main reason, right? If there was no like I think rape would not be taken the same if there was no like negative to it, right? Like it's like the reason why people don't take raping men seriously is because there's no injury. There's no real harm other than psychological, right? But with a woman, no, I mean like the actual physical act of having sex, right? Like it's not like it's just simply not the same, right? Sure, it could be uncomfortable, but it's not painful to have sex as a dude. Like it's basically impossible to make it be painful. But a woman? No,
I
that's.
again disagree with that.
But you're not a dude. Like, how would you know, Book?
Just based on general knowledge as a nurse. If you don't prepare the anus,
Oh, that's not what we're talking about. Obviously, that's not what we're talking about because that changes the dynamic. Book, that changes the entire dynamic. We're not talking about men being raped by other men or boys being raped by men. We're talking about boys fucking their female teacher. Clearly, that was what we were talking about. I'm sorry, but no, that was not at all where we were going with that.
My brain went to men on men.
Well, no, that's...
But in your situation, yes, you're right.
No homo, no baddie boy, I'm just saying, depends. Funny thing is, there's below a bunch of great male warriors. The bookstore I went to had a little post-it note talking about how stupid men are, but God help if you had one about women. Yeah, that's another thing, too. It's like, you could say all the fucking shit. And you want to know why? You guys want to know why that's the case? Hold on. You want to know exactly why that's the case? Because when you insult a woman, she destroys your life. When a woman insults a man, he laughs at you and says you're fucking dumb and walks away. That's the difference.
Oh, 100% agree.
If women could just shrug it off and not give a fuck about it, all the problems would be solved. Right? And it's not like men can't have to walk away, but it's like on average, right? And I'm an emotional person, so I kind of fall like normally when I'm talking about these, like I'll fall more into the women's side than the men's side because I'm an extremely emotional person. But I won't allow that to initiate how I act.
Time your love language is fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mentality that I have to have that I know that you're not going to. Your first thing is going to take a step back and be like, okay, is this really, like, is my interpretation really what this person meant? I know this person, I know what they would do, I know what they would say, so interpreting this, is this malicious? Based upon my interpretation of this person? No. Okay, perfect. No, it could be. It's like, no, you've immediately derailed all of the shit as soon as you go into the should, could. No, that's not how the world works. It's what is, not what should be. We don't operate, or you shouldn't operate your life on should be's, right? Oh, well, it shouldn't be illegal for this, so I'm gonna do it. It's like, that's not, no, you can't. Wait, you can go try and vote.
Honest, I just, like, my brain stopped recording. I didn't get anything you said for the past 2 minutes.
Not a lot of men do. I don't do the simp game. It's actually caused a lot of issues in real life. I might have things to work on, but that isn't one of them. I feel like an asshole because I said it out loud, was drunk and shit. Oh, men are stupid, but you have all these great men writers that shit all over female literature. Be sexist, though. That's cool. Men suffer from one of the two problems of testosterone poisoning due to another male in the area getting them sticking pitchforks into light sockets and dares with no money involved and robs us of the ability to tell time. Then there's the second issue of oxygen deprivation due to someone we're attracted to in the presence, and the blood goes away from the brain as a result. Most stupid at the time. Do you see my message? Oh shit. So many people talking.
It's about Thursday and like 1 p.m. or something.
Fucking god. Only my nose would just fuck off. It's like, ah, okay, there's something there. Drip, 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 drip. Ah. It's like, where's the source of this?
Just so you know, you haven't confirmed with the known Dark Senate yet.
What's up? I just want to check, still scheduled to talk Thursday at 1:30. Yeah, sounds good, Senate. Can create a chain of events where people converse about certain topics and things. Well, that's another thing. Is like most people, like I hate people that are like, oh my god, I don't like this conversation. I don't like this topic. You can't talk about this. It's like, those people just need to go create their own fucking safe spaces, right? If you can't have a discussion about something with someone, and you think that everyone has to agree with you at all times, then I think you're just fucking retarded.
I agree. If I don't like something, I just leave.
True. Yeah, and I love the discussion. I love talking, but people are like, oh, you're so terrible, you're out. I'm like, no, dude, I just want to know what the opinion is. I want to know how you logically came to the conclusion. I want to pick your brain. It has nothing to do with, like, oh, I'm on your side, like this, oh, you're not with us, you're against us, oh, rah, rah, rah. It's like, that's not how the fucking world works, right?
I'm a seesaw. I will go from one side to the other because I'm so easily influenced.
Well, I'll be like, well, if you make a good point, right? But then, hey, they made a better point. So it's like, if you're willing to change, as long as, like, it's not someone says something, you do absolutely no research, assume that they're telling the truth, and change sides because of it. Oh, ICE is actually going undercover and kidnapping people and just killing them. It's like, oh, okay, well, where did you get that information? From CNN! Oh, okay, so you're fucking retarded. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Right? It's like, you have to call out the information, don't call it the person. I always think, though, I need better opinions on women. My life experiences have made it so I have negative opinions, so that's because of who I surround myself with, or those who I'm surrounded by, through no choice of my own. But those opinions have grown to be kind of blanket opinions on humans in general. I can love women and understand them. I chose the latter. That's the scientist in me. I'm basically a Vulcan, I guess. True. But yeah, if discussing a topic, and the other thing is, like, discussing, explaining, and like, working through something is not justifying it. That's another thing. People are like, if you talk about it, you're justifying it. It's like, no, I'm explaining it, and that's the same concept of, like, learn history so history doesn't repeat itself. And this is where it comes back to the main topic of today, as far as the title goes, and all of the fucked up shit that's going on in the world, of, like, so you have people that are, like, we don't want Nazis. They'd wash sports with you. Yeah, that's why you should marry a
Yes,
MTF
that's another
trans.
generalization.
All arguments of a generalization of what? Yo, Relic, what's up?
Oh,
A generalization of what?
That all male to female trans would have a similar brain mindset as you do. Like, they watch sports, for instance. Oh, see, I don't get jokes all the time.
Trans all... Well, The reason why is because you have, what Scrivener story is that? It's all indented and stuff. It's a personality trait. Personality profile. Yeah, I'm not being serious about that one, I promise at all. So, leftists are now showing up to anti-ICE protesters with firearms. Scotty, read my book. Fuck whatever you're doing. True Relic. We could definitely do that. So, these people...
Redeem the 10...
These people are saying that, like, I thought leftists didn't like assault weapons. Weird how they openly carry them now when they want to fight the federal government and protect criminal illegal aliens. Like... What the actual fuck? How is it that people are just like allowed to? I don't understand. To me, this is a psyop. This is 100% a psyop, and the government is purposefully not doing anything so that people escalate it to the point that they accept. Like this is classic. This is classic. Like terror tactics, kinds of like the initiations of fascism, right? Like the left is literally doing the play-by-play playbook of how fascists come into power. But anyways, Relic, yes, we should definitely read your book. But to summarize this, I think it is a cultural and social stigma more so than it's a brain chemistry thing. That women are reinforced for no reason and men are degraded for no reason. And this all comes back to, we're talking about a take on women and men's self-help, where self-help but for women just says, yes, queen, you're so right. And self-help for men is, you're a piece of fucking shit, pick yourself up, move on with your life, do what you gotta do, you're a fucking man. And I think that's a social construct. I don't think that's so much a male versus female biology. I think the biology of it is sex, but that cultural thing is how we treat women and sex. 3, 2, 1, toke.
Yeah, if you're going to invade something, you should invade Iceland, not Greenland.
Imagine unironically invading Greenland. Then your people wouldn't get any money if they got wrecked, or weapons. So what I'm confused about, Fish, what I'm confused about is, do you know what the opinion of Greenlanders is? I think this is a big problem with first world countries. I'm not...
technically the U.S. can fight everyone because they have more military than all the world combined or something like that.
The U.S. can't fight everyone in like 20 countries, and if the U.S. invades Greenland, they will fight, so yeah. Relic, what happens if Greenland wants to become the 51st state? And let's be true, if the entire world teamed up on America, if it was like every single country in the world versus America, America would win. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. America would win. And it wouldn't even be close.
Or we would just all die.
Yeah. The world would be destroyed, America would win. It wouldn't even be close.
And, like, everyone would just die.
No country would be able to defeat America. No country. And that can be statistically...
all their money into military.
It can be statistically proven, historically proven, and currently proven. Like,
Although we did defeat America once back in like 1700s, 1800s.
Well, we
whatever.
didn't defeat America. We went in and we burned down the White House. That's kind of... We didn't fight them. We used guerrilla tactics, and we avoided them as much as possible, created distractions, pulled them away, and their arrogance made it so they thought that no one would ever do it. We proved them wrong. And that was kind of the point of it.
Technically still a win, but it's kind of like a thumb up the ass win.
Yeah. The same way you idiots lost Vietnam and the Middle East. Fish, Vietnam was a psyop. Vietnam was not a war to be won. Vietnam was a drug test. Vietnam was like a psychological... It was like a study of psychological warfare. It was literally a government experiment. And same with anything in the Middle East. It's all a psyop and fucking, a way to manipulate people, right? It's not a real thing. America has a law that they must be able to fight on 3 different fronts at the same time. Scotty, I'm starting to think your IQ is below 70. You might actually be worse than Asmongold. See, Fish, the problem is, you're just telling me that I'm dumb, but you're not backing it up with anything. Greenland has multiple things the U.S. doesn't have. If they joined the U.S., they would lose those rights. So I can promise you they don't want to be part of the U.S., especially under Trump. But Relic...
And I'm pretty sure that I agree with Relic on that, because Greenland had to fight tooth and nail just to get separated from Denmark. So I'm pretty sure they're happy being an independent country right now. I could be wrong. I don't have the statistics.
Okay. Let's reframe.
Really
Let's reframe. Hold on. Let's reframe the question. It doesn't matter what the reality is. We're saying a what if. In a world where Greenland wants to join America, what's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Is people people are going out of their way speaking for Greenland, right? If Greenland wants to be a part of America, let Greenland be a part of America. If Alberta wants to be a part of America, let Alberta be a part of America. I don't understand this. And if America, like on the other hand, if America wants them, Carnegie.
Hi, Callie.
Yo, what's up, Callie?
Yo, someone compared. Wait, what?
Greenland under the domain of the Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark is an ally, therefore they're not touching Greenland. But Fish, that's not the question that I'm asking.
I'm very passionate right now. You're not going to get a word in, Callie.
Well, okay, bye.
No!
I didn't mean leave, Callie.
You can't say that to Callie! Scotty, be quiet. And this is what I don't understand, Book, is like people are inferring so many things from what I say when all I'm trying to do is just basically state a point of a what if.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, basically.
And that's kind of my biggest problem is like I'll be like, well, let's just take a step back and let's say if this is true, then what would that mean? And they're like, but it's not true. And I'm like, well, we're playing the what if game. So let's just take a step back and, you know.
Callie, come back into the voice chat.
I don't think you can hear your word ads.
I just meant he was on a rant and like you'd have to wait like a few minutes, not like go away.
See, my problem with Relic's argument is that he's like, oh, these people would never do it because they have these benefits. Well, what if there are negatives that outweigh those benefits? Like, that's why I just don't understand this speaking, like, it's one thing to say, oh, I'm not sure if they would do that. It's another thing to be like, they would never do that, ever! This is why those people would never, ever do this one thing. It's because of this. I think, sorry, Relic, I'm just here to say, I don't think that there's any validity to that stance. Guy, Greenland is multiple things better than the United States. But, Relic, this is what I don't understand, is you're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying me as someone who is not living in Greenland or knows exactly what Greenland is, I am going to say that they would never do this ever, no matter what. Do you see?
Have some, like, resources that we can see that shows that?
Yeah, do you see how that makes someone be like,
Greenland is
well,
gay as
I
hell.
think you might just be stupid if you're not even willing to take into consideration the fact that there might be other factors. Relic, do you see, like, Greenland itself has said that they do not want to join the United States. Multiple protests of its people have said no. The Prime Minister said no. But Relic, do you understand that what you're saying, right?
Pipe, pipe, pipe.
And what I'm saying are not necessarily, we're not necessarily talking about reality. We're talking about what ifs. And I'm stating a what if to you, and you're saying, no, that's not true. Do you understand where the dissonance is here, Relic? Fuck the what ifs. I'm saying it's not happening.
So, can I just interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
What Scotty is doing is basically creating a story where Greenland wants to join America. It's not factual. It's a fiction story. Whereas you're denying it with, like, him saying that it's like a real world event, like he's writing a biography, but he's writing a fiction book about this. That's where the dissonance is happening.
Yes.
And it's a writing stream, so I use books.
So, I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about outcomes. So, what I'm saying is, why is it that someone in the US, or someone in a different country than Greenland, is so adamant and so forward presenting of the 100% this would never happen? Doesn't that make you take a step back and say, hey, maybe I'm looking at this from a biased situation, and maybe even with all the information that I have, there's no dissonance going on. I understand it's a story. I'm telling you it's not happening. What if, story or real? So can we stop talking politics and Trump and everything? And this is what I don't understand, Relic, is why does this have to be a Trump, why does this have to be a politics thing? Why can't this just be a simple, hey, why can't we look at what would happen if the people wanted a certain way? Why is it so bad to have a hypothetical situation in which we look at it from this direction? Like, why is it so negative to you? Because as an American, all we do is hear about this bullshit, and it's tiring. What reverse dimension did I enter? Where Relic is one of those reasonable in the chat. Come on, man. There's no story to this, bro. No, what I'm trying to get at is the fact that I don't understand, as an American, I don't give two shits. But it's like, we're trying to have a conversation within a nuanced context, right? Like, we basically built up all of these stipulations as to why and how we're talking about the thing that we're talking about. And to me, if you can't build a imaginative story around it and create these scenarios, then you're never going to be able to look at look at the big picture from multiple perspectives. Does that make sense, Relic?
But I also think you're being very slightly stubborn as well, Scotty. Like, you're only going at it from this angle so far.
Well, it's because my initial question. It's because my initial question was, if the people of Greenland wanted to join the US, why would that be a bad thing? And as far as I've seen, Relic hasn't given me an answer to that. Right? And it's okay to say, oh, I don't have an answer, I don't want to answer the question, but every answer to the question has been you're wrong. And I'm like, well, that's not what the question is. The question is, like, if Greenland wanted to join the US, like, why not let them? Right? Because that's the way I'm seeing it, is people are like, it's one thing for America to say, oh, we don't want Greenland, fuck off. And it's another thing to say, oh, even if Greenland wanted to join the US, Greenland would never become. The big picture is Trump and the cronies are trying to take over Greenland and lying to the American people. Doesn't matter if we talk stories or whatever. If they want to join the US, cool. But that's not reality. We get into these stupid things every few weeks. It would be nice to stay with, you know, stories that people wrote or your stories or whatever. But I think
what Relic's saying is they are tired of politics, and it would be nice if we refocus the stream back to storytelling.
Fair enough. There, he said it. Relic has answered. Time to move on. Scotty, stop hounding the man. True. Anyways. It's
Yeah. I know you like to get really passionate about a topic.
well, it's just one of those things where it's like, if... How do you say this? If you're not the person
doesn't
who's
like the topic
directly
that you
involved
work.
in it, then I guess the best way to say it is like, why is it so important for people to speak for other people? Right? Like, why can't you just let
Everyone
other
has their own
people
opinion.
have their own voice? But I mean, like, saying it in a way that's like, my opinion is more, like, valid, I guess.
I think this circles back to the whole thing with Alberta and BC. You feel upset that people are speaking for your province.
You don't have a voice unless you have power.
People in the province.
I mean, sure. But I mean, like I said, this does come back to like Alberta joining America, or at least like separatism, right? Yeah. And the idea of that.
Yeah.
And story you're reading? Well, if no one else has a story, then we'll be reading Relic's story. Be passionate. I like it, but this subject is just so annoying. Every day as an American, we hear that fucking orange loser say lie after lie after lie. It's not you. It's just not gonna happen. It's a smut story. No.
I think the only one who's writing smut right now is me, Ahab.
What politicians here don't say lies after lies after lies, to be fair. I still need... And that's another thing. I don't understand why there's this, like, fixation on Trump lying. Why does everyone care so much that Trump is lying when he's actually probably lied less than every other president, because he just says the truth. He don't give a fuck. He just straight up says it. So, like, that's where my dissonance is.
Yeah, I think the problem is Trump lying and possibly going through with his lies is scarier than, like, let's say someone in South Sudan saying it.
No, I mean, like, other presidents. Like, for instance, I saw this thing that apparently Tom Homan got an award from Obama for making the border safe. And now 10 years later, they're like, no, we want to kill the dude, even though he's literally doing the same job. I'm just like, that's kind of fucked up, don't you think? Fuck my president. Why is governor such a fucking scumbag? I don't know. I think, and why is it bad that Trump gets on, and another thing is, like, I mean, at the end of the day, even if you don't agree with it, Trump did get elected as the president. Guy, Trump and the DOJ are trying to prosecute the mayor and governor of Minnesota for telling Americans to video record ICE. Like, honestly, fuck Trump. But Relic, I think that's a little bit disingenuous, because you have someone who, actually yesterday, you had two or 3 people in different instances where they thought they were ICE people and then they beat the shit out of them and tried to kill them. So, I'm sorry, but why is it that the governor of Minnesota can tell people to go out in the streets? Oh, you didn't see that? Well, and now they have like assault rifles. They're basically stopping cars in the middle of the street, and they're like, "Are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi? Do you support ICE?" And they're trying to like basically pull people out of their cars and kill people because they support ICE. And if you haven't seen this, then you're uninformed, because this is what's been happening the last 3 days. And now they're walking around with assault rifles saying, "Hey, if I going to like anti-ICE protests with guns ready to shoot people." Like, give it a week, there's gonna be like mass fucking shootings and shit. All because the governor of Minnesota said, "Guys, ICE is bad. Go out there and stop ICE." Yes, because but Relic, this is what I don't understand. Is ICE is not breaking the law. So Relic, to you, how is ICE breaking the law? That's what I don't understand. Right? Because... Wait, funny you say this because you glow. All these alphabet organizations can fuck right off. But that's all I'm saying, is like, as far as I know, ICE is any kind of police force, and as far as I know, ICE can arrest anyone. So what I don't understand is this dissonance between people saying that ICE can't arrest people.
I think the biggest issue is no one here has first-hand experience with this.
Y'all stop filing
right,
ballot.
Whether it's a good resource or not. So I think until we have either first-hand experience or like some extremely reliable source comes up, it's probably best to drop it, and hopefully Relic's still here and we can read his story.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Or their story. I think Relic's just having a bit of a bad day, week, whatever, and isn't up to the discussion, is my understanding.
Matter of law, ICE does not have authority to arrest, detain, or deport U.S. citizens solely based on immigration status. ICE's own internal guidance and congressional resolutions affirm that citizen status means ICE's civil immigration enforcement authority does not apply to U.S. citizens. Okay, you're absolutely right, Relic. ICE is breaking the law by arresting citizens. ICE cannot legally arrest or deport a U.S. citizen for immigration violations because U.S. citizens are not removable. Alright. You literally glow. Hey, stop talking about stuff. You're misinformed. I mean, see, that's my problem. However, like any law enforcement agency, the ICE officer is independent criminal law authority, for example, for assault obstruction, they've been documented classes where ICE has wrongfully detained U.S. citizens because of egregious assumptions or mistaken identities, such as detentions are mistaken under law and can be challenged legally. Alright, there you go. So, ICE cannot arrest anyone except people that they have... U.S. citizens have Fourth Amendment protections under unreasonable protections, unreasonable seizure, law enforcement, protectable... Okay. Okay, sounds good, Relic. So ICE can only arrest people that they have been designated to deport. The local police authorities are the only people who can actually arrest people. Christy Noam said 2 days ago, American citizens better get ready to carry ID to prove identity is 100% against the Fourth Amendment.
What book are you holding, Scotty?
This is Relic's book, The 10th Mark.
Ah.
ICE is breaking the law.
Relic, do you want us to read your story now?
See, but
Or
Relic,
technically Scotty read the story?
and this is all I wanted, is like, because I'm not American, I don't know. So all I hear is people saying ICE is breaking the law by arresting people, and I'm like, but ICE is law enforcement. So that to me as a Canadian, right? And Book, you can tell me if you think this is the same thing. I think of ICE like the RCMP.
It's not the same. We don't have something similar to ICE as far as I can tell.
Yeah, so that's why it's like, to me, it's just the RCMP. It's just a federal law enforcement that's there to work across state lines. But they have all the things that police officers have. An RCMP officer can arrest you just like a police officer can. Right? So, when I ask someone, Relic, and this is where I'm coming at this with a completely genuine thing, and I'm glad that you presented those laws, because I don't know. I'm not American. So when I see someone say ICE is breaking the law by arresting people, and then I say, wait, but ICE is law enforcement, ICE can arrest people. It doesn't make sense that ICE wouldn't be able to. And then anytime I ask someone, they say you're dumb, and I go, well, no one's actually showed me a law or a reference to a law that says that ICE can't arrest someone. They just say ICE can't arrest someone. And in any reference and context that I have, that doesn't make any logical sense. And anytime I ask someone about it, they get an emotional reaction, they call me retarded, and they won't give me an answer. So does that make sense, Relic? So it's not like I'm trying to attack you, it's that I'm angry that people never give me the answer. And you gave me the answer. Okay, ICE can't arrest people. Boom. ICE is breaking the law. There. So, why is this so hard for people? If that's the truth, why is this so hard for people? Which makes me believe that it's a fucking psyop. That it's the government is doing this on purpose. It's literally the, think of like V for Vendetta. You know, like the St. Mary's incident that caused like the chancellor to become a thing? Like, that is literally ICE and the Democrat Party right now. Is they're building up to this point where there's going to be like a mass shooting, there's going to be this mass thing, martial law is going to be declared across the entire United States, some sort of real dictator is going to get voted in, and it's going to be fucking World War III. I know you're not attacking me, I just hate talking about it. That's okay. Also, one more note. Multiple individuals have been spotted on ICE org that have been in the right-wing extremist group called the Proud Boys. Leader of the org is spotted, ID'd as an ICE officer, now fully radicalized and violating people's rights based on skin color and how you sound. It's being officially documented. Well, there you go. But that's another thing, Relic, is you can't say because one guy who's a supremacist or an extremist is in ICE, so all of ICE is bad. Right? I'm like, ICE is a massive organization. That's like, you could say the same thing about the Democrat Party. Oh, there's one bad person in the Democrat Party, that means the Democrat Party is bad. So I feel like there's like this double standard of like back and forth across it. But anyways, ICE under Trump is bad. I mean, my problem is that's all people say, but they don't give any like backup to it. And I'm like, in any country, why isn't ICE just bad in general? ICE under normal Democrats, Republicans is reasonable. Okay. See, and my problem with that, Relic, is as far as the information that I have, is that Trump isn't doing anything different. But I'm Canadian, I don't know. And it's not like I look into this, right? It's from what I've seen, right? But anyways, Chapter 18. Evelyn stepped into the Hemlock Falls Police Department, the familiar smell of coffee and worn leather filling the air. She was tired, but there was no time to rest. Milo trotted beside her, sensing the heaviness in the air as they passed through the front door. The weight of the investigation seemed to have settled deeper into her bones, each day feeling more urgent than the last. The closer they got, the darker things seemed to become. And this is a non-issue. When past presidents had a strong border policy, no one said anything. Granted, they weren't as wild under those leaders as they are under Trump, but still. I mean, I'm on your side, Fish. I think it's ridiculous to say that ICE is profoundly different under Trump than any other government. I think it's the Democrat Party is different because they don't like Trump, and the way that the Democrat Party is acting and the governors are acting is causing this, which is why it's happening in Minnesota and it's not happening in any other state, because natural police law enforcement in Minnesota is not helping ICE. Why is this not a nationwide thing? Why is this only happening in Minnesota? That's my question. After a moment, Deputy Ellis Crane appeared from around the corner. His face was set, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes when he saw her. He nodded, stepping toward her. Sheriff Pike's waiting for you. Evelyn stood, her thoughts racing. She couldn't help but wonder if this could be the meeting that would finally bring everything together, or send the ball spiraling even further into the unknown. ICE under Trump broadly expanded enforcement priority categories, essentially saying all undocumented immigrants were a priority, diminishing older hierarchy. Meant ICE could and did arrest and detain a much broader segment of unauthorized population, not just criminals or recent crossers. Just saying that maintaining borders is lawful and fine. I don't have an issue with that. Obama deported like 3.1 million people, by the way. Correct, that's not the issue. Japan does it, Poland does it, definitely does it, Russia does it. So I see no reason why this shithole country can't do it too. Evelyn stood, her thoughts racing. They walked down a narrow hallway to Sheriff Pike's office, and as Ellis opened the door, Evelyn stepped aside. Pike was sitting at his desk, reviewing a stack of papers. His usual calm demeanor was cracked, worn thin by the days of tension. Deputy Olivia Mercer stood by the window, her arms crossed, her eyes scanning the street. Granted, there are better countries to emigrate to, but I'm just saying, I see no reason to raise hell when U.S. of gay stands on border issues. Didn't you want to focus on stories? What are you doing? I think Fish is just stating his opinion. Morning, Evelyn. Pike's voice was as steady as ever, but there was an edge to it today. He motioned to her to sit. Come on in. We've got a lot to talk about. Evelyn sat, placing her bag on the chair beside her. Milo curled up at her feet, his tail twitching in the quiet room. Pike, without a word, pushed a file toward her. What the hell even is that? Who even said that? Man, never mind. Probably someone with a half brain. I'm big chillin'. If I remember correctly, Congress in 2024 came up with a broad and strict border bill, which was backed by both Republicans and Democrats. Then Trump made a tweet and phone calls to tell Republicans to not vote on it because Democrats came up with it, promising to fix the border. Yet here we are. Make up your mind. Also, this book needs a hardcover edition. Evelyn sat, placing her bag on the chair beside her. Milo curled up at her feet. Wait, where are we? I'm lost. I could make a hardcover. Amazon does both soft paperback and hardcover, as far as I know. Milo curled up at her feet, his tail twitching in the quiet room. Pike, without a word, pushed a file toward her. Soft cover keeps on flopping everywhere in my hands. Pause. No homo. What have you got? He asked, his voice neutral. Recap on this book. This book is about a cult in a town that's murdered people. There were 9 people that are murdered, and a woman moves to the town as a writer. It's basically inspired by Sinister, and she becomes the 10th mark, and now just read the summary on the back cover. In the mist-shrouded mountain town of Hemlock Falls, 9 people have been murdered over the past 9 months, each victim marked with a strange carved symbol and no apparent connection to the others. Locals have dubbed the mystery the Silent Nine. The town murmurs in fear but refuses to act. Terror runs deep and silence runs deeper. Evelyn Thorne, a reclusive author and single mother, sought refuge in Hemlock Falls. But when the killer's symbol appears on her property, peace turns to paranoia. Drawing into a chilling mystery, Evelyn begins to unravel a web of buried secrets, forgotten traumas, and unfinished ritual. With her son now in the killer's shadow, Evelyn must uncover the truth before she comes to the final chapter in the murderer's deadly tale. Was Sinister good? I just discovered it as a horror slot. Discount as horror slot. No, Sinister is amazing, Ahab. Sinister is so fucking good. Oh my god. Without spoiling, I get Pack plus Silent Hill vibes. Don't ask me, Ish, about the book. Shut up and read it yourself. Don't ask Fish nothing. The book is cheap to buy online. The Barnes & Noble website and on AMA. Evelyn glanced at the folder. Jonah's disappearance, the murder victims, the ritualistic symbols, all laid out in a neat but grim collection. She took a steady breath before speaking. I've been working on the psychological profile of the killer. She opened her notebook, sliding it across the desk toward Pike. Glanced down at it briefly, then back at her. It's cold. There's no remorse in his actions. Sociopath tendencies. Killings aren't just about the victims. They're about creating something, a story, a ritual. He's patient, calculating, and he believes in it. Jonah's still alive, Pike. Voice was firm, cutting through the quiet tension in the room. He's been taken to the Rourke farm, I'm sure of it. When Olivia and I went there, we didn't find any sign of the burned church. Philip flipped through the pages, his eyes scanned the notes. He nodded, slowly absorbing the depth of Evelyn's analysis. Good work, he said. His voice was quiet. It was filled with an almost imperceptible note of admiration. He set the notebook down and looked at her again. We're getting closer, Evelyn, but we need to stay alert. This is the most dangerous part of the investigation. Evelyn's gaze hardened, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on her shoulders. She felt the darkness pulling close, the killer moving with them, always a step ahead, but she couldn't stop now when they were so close. I thought Midsommar would be good, but nope. I've never seen Midsommar. What's that? Evelyn's gaze hardened, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on her shoulders. She felt the darkness pulling close, the killer moving with them, always a step ahead, but she couldn't stop now, when they were so close. The drive to Gracefall Church was silent, the truck's tires crunching on the wet roads as they passed through the misty streets of Hemlock Falls. Evelyn Pike, Deputy Olivia Mercer, and Deputy Ellis Crane sat in the truck, tension thick between them. Milo lay quietly in the back seat, his eyes sharp and watchful, sensing the growing tension in the air. Evelyn's thoughts were heavy with the knowledge that they were getting closer to the truth, but there was still so much to uncover. It's about a group of college kids going on a retreat and they fall into a cult. Oh shit, we're in ads. Fucking ads!
I'm just gonna tell you that.
I am grabbing a drink. I'll be right back. Yo, what's up, Blessed? Oh, strong moments overall. Characters are weak. Which was weird for an Ari Aster film, IMO. Interesting. Interesting. I wanna fuck Scotty! True. See, we don't have to agree to fuck. We just have to agree to fuck. I just don't know what to call you. Calling you body seems weird. I don't know. Yeah.
I want to sit on Scotty.
It's true. It'd be a good time. Tove Lo Body.
Yeah, I prefer Black too, because there's not really a name in body rebuilders that's like a... Like, I could call you Reboot.
Well, it's like Connection Line. I had to get so used to calling him Connection. Or Connection Line. It's just like, you just don't really have a name there, right? It's hard to, it's one thing like referring to someone in text as something, but it's like, it's one thing to like say it out loud, right?
I said,
Scotty, what's your opinion on
S-I-T.
media adaptations not following the core story of the source material? Did book say sit or shit? Sit! Ahab, sit. Now, if we're talking body, you had a perfect one, so put it on me. Swear it won't take you long. It depends, Ninja, on the authenticity. For instance, if you read something and... Like, two great examples are iRobot and Fight Club. In iRobot, the entire plot is switched around, where everyone hates robots, but the Will Smith character is the only one who likes robots. And he's trying to prove that robots are good. And then there's Fight Club, where the ending of the book is completely different than the ending of the show. To the point, I don't even know what the ending of the book is, but the ending of the show is them, like, resetting the debt and everything, right? It's like they've set up this entire, like, terrorist network to basically reset the debt so that no one's, like, you know, fucked over anymore. So Fight Club does the Bokurano thing. I see. I have no idea. So it depends on where you want to go with it, right? I think as long as you're doing the original source justice, changing the story is fine, right? Like, look at manga versus anime. Look at, like, Full Metal Alchemist versus the manga, and then look at Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I still think Full Metal Alchemist is good. Brotherhood is way better, but it doesn't mean that the original isn't bad just because it deviated so much from the manga. I asked because there's this K-drama I watched called Weak Hero, where the manhwa, he was a fighter who craves a fight, but the K-drama became pacifist and swore against violence. Let the guy who he bodied in the manhwa beat him up in the K-drama. Brotherhood is cold. The OG was my first, so it gets first in respect. But Brotherhood, no one is touching that. Yeah. Yeah. Literally, Fullmetal Alchemist is the first anime I watched. It's the anime that got me into watching anime. Because this first episode was so fucking brutal. I was like, this is amazing. Oh my god. Holy shit. I fucking love it. For me, mine were Zoids, Sailor Moon, and Pokemon. Well, I mean, like I watched those things, right? But I mean, like, got me into anime, where I was like, no, this is my jam. Like, fuck everything else. This is what I want to do with the rest of my life, is watch fucking anime.
I think a lot of people watch Sailor Moon and Pokemon.
Yeah, like, I watched Pokemon, I watched, like, that's Saturday morning cartoons to me. Right, just in my head, right? It's your generic Saturday morning cartoons, like Reboot, Gargoyles, like, you know, the cartoon era, like Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo, Samurai Jack. I refuse to become addicted to anime. I think my first anime was Ramna. Ramna 1/2?
Bitch, you're the same age as Scotty and I? I didn't know that.
I'm a grown-ass 33-year-old black N-word, and I still watch Sailor... Well, Fuck Sailor Moon. Card Captors is where it's at, boys. Card Captors is fucking lit.
I like Card Captors. I haven't watched them forever.
Fucking love Card Captors. Yeah, you guys like Pokemon and Sailor Moon. Yui was my favorite, man. So badass when he unlocks his final form. Oh my god, this is so epic. What did you just say? You guys like Pokemon and Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z. Ugh. Just the classics, man. The classics. The true
like
ones.
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, really?
No. It's because it wasn't really geared towards girls. Like, I know a lot of girls watched it. But I like the shoujo genre, not the, I forget what the younger generation word is, but the seinen.
Yeah. Also, you shouldn't watch Chicken in the Sink. Okay. But that can't be right because then I'd have to murk you. Yeah, old man saying this. Sounded like you said F Sailor Moon. I mean, I could F her now, right? She'd be like, what? 40-ish by now? Like, she was like 16 when I was like 8. Okay, Scotty doesn't know about the chicken in the sink thing. I have no idea what the fuck is chicken in the sink? Have you heard
It
of
better
that?
not be like the Amish oil.
He said it didn't involve anything sexually with a horse. You just needed a horse in order to perform it. Like I said, it was probably having sex inside of a carriage. Like a horse-drawn carriage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you missed that entire section where I was like, wait, book, wait, take a step back here. It's Amish. It's like maybe on a plow, like you're being pulled by a horse. Like maybe you tie like thing to your ankles and you get pulled by a horse like a plow while you're fucking. I don't know. I'm trying to be inventive here. But then I'm like, how does it be? Like, it had to do with a carriage because it's an oil change. But then I'm like, an oil change could be anal. So it's like, oh man, there's a lot of things to unpack with this.
And I'm both tempted to look it up, and also
I'm not looking it up. Not on this. I'll look it up on my PC, on my other PC later. But I ain't looking up on this PC or my phone right now. Also, it's Card Captor Sakura, not Card Captors. And just the Western release, the edited Sakura out of... Well, that's because it's the naming convention, right? Like, the Japanese naming convention sells way better than the American naming convention, right? Like, it's like, don't judge a book by its cover, but don't judge a book by its name. Whereas Japan's like, judge it by its name! Here's your epic, awesome, epic, amazing, amazing, over-the-top epic name! I won't elaborate until it's not expected on washing your chicken. Plus there's like the English translation, and then there's the what it means in Japanese, right? Like, the direct English translation of it is not necessarily like what it actually is inferred to in Japan, because there's a lot of like localization to puns and stuff like that.
Yeah, cultural stuff.
Yeah. It's beyond just nomenclature. They tried to rewrite the show to look like the male character was a main character, not Sakura, to appeal to Western boys. I mean, that makes sense, Fish. Makes sense. It's all about marketing, right?
Yes.
Yugi's deck unironically sucks. I never really watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I was more a Digimon fan. Like, Digimon was my jam. Fuck Pokemon. I was all about Digimon. Market my scrotum ain't... I want Callie here. True, Blessed. Where's Callie? Book had to just go and remove him from the stream because he was in voice chat and she was like, get out of here, so he left.
Don't blame me. He wanted to go play games.
Brother in Christ, Digimon was the dopest shit. Digimon, Pokemon for me, I love both and always will, but Digimon, true. The problem with Digimon was the naming conventions. The naming conventions in Digimon was so fucking retarded. I was like, how did you do this? How did you wind up with this? You could have literally done anything else and it would have been better. I think the naming conventions really fucked
So this
Digimon.
is what it's like to hang out with a bunch of boys. No wonder I never do this.
And yep.
Yeah.
Digimon also has a chance of being actually real, unlike Pokemon. Yeah, because there's a digital world as opposed to the real world of Pokemon, and like an alternate reality, right? The digital world!
Queen, come save me from the testosterone.
I mean, I do have a pretty good amount of female viewers. They're just not always in here, right?
I know, that's why I'm sad.
That new Digimon game looks sick as fuck. I never saw that. Tamers is the coolest season. I only watched like the first or second season, up until it was like, you know, the digital world's falling apart. There's like the king, who was like fucking with everything, like Ken or whatever, who was one of the other humans, who was like the bad human. And it was like, they had like the combined stuff, so it was like the Celestial Seraphmon or whatever it was. Like that little weak Pokemon turns into like the ultimate humanoid Pokemon and like fucks everything up. That was basically the final season that I watched. Wanna be the biggest streamers at Zensoku Ryoke. Opening song is Mint.
It's Zensoku Roku.
Opening, there's also Digimon with huge tits. And your viewer numbers would increase. What do you mean, blessed? No one watches me. What are you talking about? It's a figment of my imagination. I know. I know. We've been doing really well, guys. We've been doing really, really well lately. Let's just say that. Which is
like money wise or viewer wise?
Viewer wise. Well, I mean, like I've made like from like $1 to like $1.50 a day. Which is like a 50% increase, right? You know. It's all those bots I bring over. Exactly, Ahab. Exactly. I mean, but if you look at the list on the side here of all the people that have presented their work, you know, that's a lot of people that have trusted their work with me and wanted me to read their work. I consider that a fucking privilege. Like, this list is the reason why I consider myself successful. Like, all these people that are willing to let me critique and read their work. $45 a month. Yeah, it's almost $50 a month. It's not bad, blessed. I mean, you do that 15, 20 different times from like 20 different avenues, and you're making a good amount of money.
Scotty is the OF of the books stream.
I mean, I also make like $1 a month on like Kindle, right? Who knows what'll happen if the YouTube.
How are your books doing?
I think we made like $1. I think we made $2 actually this month.
Oh, that's good. Not bad at all.
We need more, because apparently people are reading it. $1.09, but that's not including, like, we had a bunch of other stuff. But 176 pages, more people are reading this. Like, 55 pages, 46 pages, like, people are reading it. People are checking it out, right?
That's good.
Australia and the United States.
Put smut up.
Yep. Does Amazon fuck you over with publishing, or are they pretty okay? What do you mean fuck you over with publishing? I don't know what you mean. A good name is better than riches. Down under, crikey.
Down under, crikey. Crikey.
Crikey. Crikey, boys, it's a crikey.
I can't do an Australian accent.
I don't know what I mean either. It's just something I was told. You need to get me an Australian bitch. Oh god, Australians are so fucking hot.
Well, at least you'll know that she'll go down under, fish.
Well, I was talking about the men. I mean, what? Oh god, need me one of them. Pike flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the notes. He nodded, slowly absorbing the depth of Evelyn's analysis. Good work. His voice was quiet, but it was filled with an almost imperceptible note of admiration.
Quit Walmart. He's on leave.
No, I did quit. They wouldn't let me on
leave.
Like,
officially, you're never going back?
No, I mean, like, I had to officially quit because they wouldn't let me. That's the reason why I haven't gone back. If it was just a 3-month hiatus, I would be back to work, but because I quit, I have just no drive to or incentive to go back. So they fucked themselves over by not giving me my time.
I knew you had quit, but I thought it was like,
Well, I mean, I might go back, but it's like I just don't... Like, the reason I took the job is because I wanted social interaction. But the stream, like, at that point was like, I wasn't even streaming then, right? So I had, like, literally no social interaction. But now I have you guys, I don't need to fucking work. I don't need to go to work to talk to people. I can talk to people here, because I'm not usually the person who talks to people online. Like, I don't have, like... I'm just a lurker, right? But... I don't know.
And now we have the business, too.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, I'm getting my social interaction satisfied, plus I'm like, you know what, I'm just not having it. They were being such bitches to me. Fuck it. I'm just not, they, you know what? They didn't give me my shit, they can get your stuff. Give Body a copy of my book, Scotty. True. Years, author, I'm homeless. What biz? Buy my book again, and then give it to a homeless dude. Don't you need their 3 years, even PTO?
Use it for fire.
What's PTO? Wait.
Oh, that's the PTO is personal time off,
Oh!
and it can be paid or unpaid.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It was just supposed to be unpaid. I was like, can you just, like, not schedule me for, like, 3 months? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I quit then. Because, like...
Oh, the business is an adult, writing company. Bless.
No toilet paper. Of course.
Ew.
That's why I have a bidet.
Do you have, like, the bidet that's separate from the toilet, or, like, a water feature on your toilet?
It's an attachment.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better, because otherwise...
No,
what you
a
do, like,
separate one I don't understand.
walk
Just,
and then, like,
especially when the attachment one, you just attach it, like, it's so easy. You just turn the thing, pull the thing off, put the thing on, turn the thing, put the thing on, and, like, hang it inside. It's like, it literally... Yeah. I don't know. And it's, like, super cheap. It's only, like, $60. Takes, like, 10 minutes to install. Never have to buy toilet paper again. I mean, I have toilet paper because I literally use toilet paper as Kleenex, but... Because it's easily portable versus Kleenex. So I wish they did Kleenex like this, because toilet paper is, like, more, like, fall aparty. If you know what I mean? So it's like it doesn't work as well as Kleenex. Thanks, book. Do you really have a bidet? No jokes. A bidet. Yes, bidet. For Earth in his footstool. That's cool, Scotty. Bidets are cool. On God, fam. They get you real clean. You hearing me? They get it. Yep.
I never used a bidet.
I'm feeling fatigued the more you type. We're getting closer, Evelyn, but we need to stay alert. This is the most dangerous part of the investigation. Evelyn's gaze hardened, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on her shoulders. She felt the darkness pulling closer, the killer moving with them. Poverty values of this chapter plummeting. Property values. As is your mother after we finish in bed, stupid ass bitch. Cap quit, cast a lot, lol. Drive to Graceful Church was silent. The truck's tires crunching.
The property values of this neighborhood are very, very weird. Some are very rich, and some are like dirt poor.
It's like on the, do you guys know the town, oh fuck, what's it called? Is a town in Ontario. It's considered like the worst town to live in Canada. Fuck, what's it called? Houses there go for like $27. No, you can buy a house there for $27. I'm not even shitting you. But it's so toxic, and the air quality is so bad. I gotta look this up. What the fuck is it called?
It must be way up north.
No, it's on the border. It's literally on the border of Ontario.
Oh, Windsor.
Yes! Yes! Yes. Because it's
Windsor?
directly.
Where-
I think so. Because it's
Sorry.
directly across the border from Detroit. Is this it? No.
Now, you can't buy houses for $27 because I look at Realtor all the time, but they all are very cheap.
No. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
compared to
I,
other places,
obviously,
they're
I was
very
being facetious, but like. Yeah. So literally, it's across the water from.
And the problem with Windsor.
Go on.
And the problem with Windsor is a lot of the time your cell reception goes to the US and you can get charged for it.
That's hilarious. But yeah, there's like a factory that's like across the waterway, and it's like an iron smelting factory, and yeah, like the air quality, those prices are like insane. Like
Yeah, crime isn't good here.
yeah.
Well, you're from California, Ahab. That makes sense.
Yeah. But it's like there's some crazy shit there. Nah, I'm gonna find a side. Detroit. Be honest, $27 US, a whole ass house. Are you sliding? Yeah, but like it's literally to the point where doctors are like, if you, and it's like a specific part of Windsor too, right? It's like right on the water line and stuff like that. Like it's like directly in like the like wind path of this smelting factory, and it's literally like the air quality is so bad that it's like they don't recommend you live there for more than a year because of like the cancer rates and like smoke inhalation and shit like that.
Ahab.
Canada.
We have Inuits.
Yeah. Honestly, I've only lived in a place that's had maximum 10 black people. So it's like it's mainly Asians and brown people. Like honestly, I've probably only seen like 1,000 different black people in my life. Like in real life.
Of course.
Yeah. I've seen hundreds of thousands of Indians and Asians.
No, it's Inuit. INUIT. It's our native population in the northern parts of Canada.
And they're like a very specific, like Inuit is very different than most Native Americans because they are literally like almost an entirely different, I mean, not way to say it, species, because of the north. They literally have different vein structures in their appendages, which makes them immune to frostbite. The way that the blood flows through their body.
First Nations, but they're in the Alberta area, right, Scotty?
Yeah, Alberta and BC are huge First Nations.
Yeah.
First Nations up there. Yeah, Indigenous, Aboriginal, First Nations. Right? My friend's Métis.
Yeah.
Buddy says there's a ton of
Indians
in Toronto.
And there's a lot of Chinese people in general in BC because they like the real estate.
Oh yeah, no, it's a huge thing for that. Huge thing. Pull up an anatomy illustration of their blood vessels. Chinese are buying up Nova Scotia. I guess we could do this. I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
What?
Anatomy comparison, Inuit blood vessel structure anomalies.
They made me watch a video in high school where they showed us that Inuits eat seal poop.
That's fucked up.
I was not impressed.
Is it true though?
I don't know.
They say every part of the animal. Hey, they say every part of the animal.
Yeah.
I guess physical anatomy of Inuit and resistant frostbite. New population developed unique physiological adaptations, genetic variations, and behavioral strategies to thrive. Body proportions tend to have hyper macrolytics build. They're kind of like seals in the way, like, you know, more fat percentage, tend to be heavier. Greenland Inuit possess genes possibly derived from inbreeding with Denisovans that promote development of brown fat. I had to make a diorama of a mission in elementary schools, which seemed kind of fucked up. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I can find a picture about it, but yeah, there's literally like a ton of studies and stuff on it. We made a city from clay on a sheet of plywood. I mean, that's pretty epic. I remember doing 3D puzzles back in the day, man. My jam was like 3D puzzles and making like epic ancient cities and shit like that. Does Newfoundland have an odd accent? It's they're like speed talkers, right? You want a Newfoundland? I'll show you guys a Newfoundland.
They're like, eh? Like, I can't do it properly, but like, I have a cousin by marriage who's a Newfie, and he's very different, like the way he speaks.
Man,
It took me like 2 years to figure out what he was talking
like
about.
a dang old Rubik's
I didn't
Cube,
see him
man.
that
Like
often.
talking about blue, red, man. Then you get to one side, and then you like messed up the other side.
Well, you know, Bobby, I tell them don't take for me, man. They don't life too short, man. You don't want to hold no grudge, man. I thought, man, you gonna let little bygones be bygones, man.
I was gonna be like, I can't hear it, but then I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
I ain't here no Megalomark, man. They gonna boom, man, there's a fire there, and it don't that gum that come out everywhere, man. I don't know, saw Nick man run out there. I don't know if he Chuck Mangione gonna be come down here.
Sir, you are going to have to speak more slowly. I cannot understand you.
Dang old Megalomark. That talk about them old that it. I tell you what, man, and them Y2K, man, and them mainframes gonna come crashing down on that grid, man.
Where
like
we
a damn
send
apocalypse now, man.
Canadian geese to be slaughtered?
Yeah. Yeah, fucking Boomhauer, man. You want the perfect example of a Newfie? That's fucking Boomhauer. It's like if you know, Book, you probably know this, like a real Canadian, like a real Canadian, and they like talk with their head, and they're like, you know, this like just way about. It's like, yeah, that's a fucking Canadian right there. There's like they're their own breed, you know. It's like you were your family was a founder. Saw this today, had to share. What is this? Oh.
Right now, I'd like to do this is Elmer Fudd sings Bruce Springsteen.
We're in an ad, Scotty.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Of course. Trailer Park Boys? Oh, 100% Trailer
We've been
Park
in an ad
Boys.
for at least 5 to 10 seconds.
Fuck! I'm so bad at this. Guys, I'm just a shit streamer, okay? I can't do anything right. Just quit. Just give my channel over to Smokey. For reals. 3, 2, 1.
This streamer is garbage. I
go!
don't want these L channel points.
An OG,
I honestly
to be fair.
don't know what it'd be like to have a stream with Loki.
You can go back in the VODs when I was playing Path of Exile 2 to find out. Smokey was not impressed. He literally won't even play video games with me anymore because I'm such a troll. That's Ed worst time he ever heard, did I? I don't know, Sean. Something happened. Keep it 10 plus years this long with a scoff at. Oh, I know, Nico. I know 100%. I'm super privileged that you guys appreciate me enough to stick around and that you like the content enough to hang out every day. You know, I really appreciate it. I think it's great. I'm trying to improve the content, make things better, and, you know, it is what it is. I know I get a little into my discussions because I like to have discussions about things, and I just don't understand how people get so overworked with it, and that can be, you know, a problem because I'm not looking at it from their perspective, right?
I'm driving in my car.
A man with a bidet is privileged.
I love bitches, especially if they only suck dick and wash dishes.
You say no. You say you don't like it. I say you're a wire.
Whatever it takes, I know I can make it though. Make it through.
It's like fireworks.
Good night, everybody.
That movie
Good shit.
does.
Sorry, what?
Oh, that's the Japanese for I'm sleepy.
Oh. Evelyn's gaze
I keep
hardened.
yawning.
The weight of what they were about to do pressing down on her shoulders. She felt the darkness pulling closer, the killer moving with them, always a step ahead, but she couldn't stop now. Not when they were so close. The drive to Grace Fall Church was silent, the truck's tires crunching on the wet roads as they passed through the misty streets of Hemlock Falls. Evelyn, Pike, Deputy Olivia Mercer, and Deputy Ellis Crane sat in the truck, tension thick between them. Milo lay quietly in the back seat, his eyes sharp and watchful, sensing the growing tension in the air. Evelyn's thoughts were heavy with the knowledge that they were getting closer to the truth, but there was still so much to uncover. Blue Fire Altos rocks music all day today, Scotty. Hell yeah, whatever it takes. Whatever you gotta do. The music must flow! As the truck turned onto a narrow path that led to the church, the spire of Grace Fall Church rose in the distance, its weathered stone facade standing tall against the gray sky. The church had always felt like an anchor in the town, solid, unmovable. But Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that something dark lurked there. Something tied to the murders and the rituals that had happened in this town long before she arrived. Okay, I'm gonna make my final prediction right now, Relic. Grange is in on it, but it's like it's one of his family members. So it's someone he doesn't want to, he's trying to cover for, but I don't think it's actually Grange himself. I'm locking in that as the final answer. I'm locking in my final answer. What is Grange's family member? Pause. I was gonna say something sus. Does smut have to be good for people to read it? Oh wait, Milking Farm exists. To be honest. It should be. It should be, but it's not, because sex sells, or at least it should be to the audience it's catering to. I mean, Milking Farm is catering to feminist white women who think they're privileged enough to get the 8 foot tall minotaur with a 12-inch dick. Who's also treats them like a princess, says that they're absolutely right about everything they believe in, and their worldview is the only worldview anyone should ever have. And women are amazing, and I worship them in every way. Basically just porn. Because it's absolutely unrealistic, just like porn is. Seems the audience does not give a shit, Ahab. They just want to get off. They just don't care. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire. Isn't it your only desire? Wait, isn't it your only desire? Or is that a Mandela effect thing? I swear it's your only desire. Mandela effect thing. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Maybe they're just a small portion of the audience, but also the loudest. That's true, Ahab. It's always the quiet majority. Reading smut books of how men are being described by women is proof to me that straight women exist. Well, it is what it is, right? I mean, okay. Actually, you know what, guys? I just had this thought. Hear me out. Hold on, hear me out. Guys, isn't it weird that white women don't like men, think men are toxic, and treat women, like shit? And then there's white men who are like really, really nice and really awesome and really great, right? And then there's like Asian men who are like, oh, women suck, I'm an incel, fuck women and shit. And then there's Asian women who are like, man, Asian dudes are massive dicks, fuck Asian dudes, I want to get with a white guy because white guys are so fucking awesome. And it just made me think, where's this dissonance of, why is it that white women are like so against white men, but Asian women are so for white men? Is it really that Asian men are that bad? Or is it that white women are that bad? So it's like white women and Asian men, and white men and Asian women. Isn't that kind of funny? You know, I'm just pointing out an observation, right? White women only think dogs are hot. That's fucked up, Ahab. Where's this going, Scotty? Yeah, it's so fucking funny. I love the book covers of fat white girls surrounded by buff furry OCs. I don't know. I'm tired of white women, to be honest. I need to go across the big blue. This is just my theory, because to white women, white men get away with a lot. With Asians, I'm not entirely sure. Huh. I guess that's true, Ninja. I could see that. Fish, that proves you aren't black. But I do know Koreans do like Americans a lot. Their K-pop is heavily inspired by their boy band. Yeah. Boy bands definitely are like the origin of K-pop. But K-pop took it to such a level, right? Give me an Asian. I do get down with some Desi women here and there, or Japanese. Hell yeah, Fish. Filipina. Definitely a Filipina. Their skincare products is centered around whitening their skin, basically emulating Americans. And the Asian chicks make the best goths. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Asians make the best goths. Why is that? That's kind of weird. Remember not to ask for their age like you did to me. Nah, I'm not with that whitening-ish. I want that tan body, feel me? Or you could get rejected or dumped right away. True. But Evelyn could shake the feeling that something dark lingered there. Something tied to the murders and the rituals that had been happening in this town long before she arrived. Father Elias Grange stood at the top of the steps, waiting for them. His gray hair flowed in the wind, and his expression was unreadable, like he knew exactly why they were here, and he wasn't in a hurry to tell them anything. Father Grange! Pike greeted him. I saw a white woman wearing a white face, looked like a ghost. I told her and her man they needed Jesus. I saw a white woman and I've never been so scared in my life. So, you know, women are like either the bear or the man? Well, the man equivalent is, either, a woman or Karens. It is a very specific class of white women, right? I've seen white women, and they are pretty, but not as pretty as I thought. I don't know, I'm biased. White all day, man, but not like I mean like white. Like fake white. Like powdered white. Like goth white. Like mime white. Like ghost white, right? I don't know why. Just is. Where did calling women Karens come from? Because it just happens to be that there are a lot of women named Karen that are fucking bitches. See, I like black dudes. I'm not the biggest fan of black chicks. I mean, there are a lot of hot black chicks, but it's like, you know, I just don't feel it with a black chick. Black dude, though. Oof. Yeah. Give me some like, chocolate. That's the chocolate I like. I don't even add an N on that. Slavic chicks go hard as fuck. Yeah. When did it start? I don't know. Karen's like maybe the 1990s into the early 2000s. But it's like anyone who's like, call the manager. What's your name? Karen. We're gonna skip past that, Scotty. His girlfriend called a crazy friend roommate Karen when she was crazy drunk. 2009. Yeah, it's an old phenomenon. Grange nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Pike. There was a quiet weight to his gaze. Older white women always look pissed off. It's resting bitch face. When you're just like... Always looks like you're ready to fucking interrogate someone. Like, what the fuck did I do? Stop looking at me like that. Perfect example of this, guys. Great fucking example of this.
Hang on a second. My mom said to make sure I look good this time in the school pictures.
Okay, smile. But apparently one of you thinks it's fun to spoil their school pictures and thinks he's a comedian. That person will be spending the afternoon in the principal's office.
Oh, that's bullshit.
School photos aren't for joking around, so you aren't getting your photos back, Butters.
Me? But I didn't do nothing.
For the rest of you, I think your pictures turned out very nicely.
But, well, hey, wait a minute. Let me see. But, teacher, I didn't mean to look stupid in my picture. Honest.
You mean they both have butts instead of heads? Yeah, dude, we'll show you. They're over at Kenny's. How do they eat?
Where's the scene with his parents?
Pictures that I, like a jacket, can't come out picture. But where their head should be. I can't, fellas. I'm grounded for looking stupid in my school picture.
But dude, you gotta see, it's hysterical.
Butters can't come out and play, boys. He thinks it's funny to look like a jackass in his school pictures that I have to pay for.
But I told you, Mom, I didn't mean to look like a jackass. It just happened.
You made a goofy face.
No, that's just what I look like. See?
Don't you make that face at me, young man.
I'm not making a face, Mom.
Stop it.
Come on, we want to see the ass people. All right.
Fine, Butters. If you don't want to stop making that stupid face at me, you can just stay in your room for another week.
Another week? I hate my stupid face.
Stop making that. This is my face. What happens when you say, "Hey, yo, mama," to your teacher? Rip Butters. That's why he becomes Professor Chaos! Grange nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Pike. There was a quiet weight to his gaze, a stillness that seemed to permeate the air around him. He didn't say a word at first, instead turning to open the church doors and stepping inside. Evelyn Pike, Deputy Bursar, and Deputy Crane followed, but the smell of incense grew stronger the closer they got to the sanctuary. "Come in," Grange said, his voice low and measured. "Truth is not something you seek lightly." The doors closed softly behind them, and the room felt even more oppressive now. The scent of burning incense mixed with the dampness of the stone walls, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch unnaturally, as though they were reaching for something. "Father," Pike began, his tone more urgent now, "we need to understand the church that the church that burned down is connected to the murders, and we need to know everything you can tell us." So chaos turns into Mentecola. Be right back. Sounds good, blessed. Father Grange looked at Pike, his gaze steady but distant, as if he were staring through him. The church that burned out at the Rourke farm was repurposed, Sheriff. It was built into a church beneath the house. Evelyn frowned, stepping forward. The word didn't make sense. Repurposed. A church beneath the house? She shook her head, trying to piece it together. How do you know this? Why was it kept secret? Grange turned slowly, as if the question itself weighed heavily on him, and he spoke the words slowly, almost like a riddle. In the records of Grace Fall Church, the previous father kept them. Oh yeah, Canada doesn't have Mexicans. What do you mean? Of course we have Mexicans! One of my good friends, we call him Spick. Do you know why things are called spick and span? And spick and span is actually a racist term. Because of Mexicans doing, like, cleaning jobs. See, I know my racism, guys. I know my racism. Pike stepped forward, his anger palpable now. So you've known about this whole time, and you never thought to tell the police? His voice rose, but Grange remained unfazed. Do you know why the CEO of Lululemon calls it Lululemon? So Asian people can't pronounce it. Lululemon. Has he actually publicly stated that? That's hilarious, though. That is fucking hilarious, though. Now, people could say that's malicious, but I think that's fucking funny. Now, as long as he wasn't doing it maliciously, and he was thinking of it, you know, it'd be fucking hilarious. Oh my god, we have to do this, because it would be so funny. He'd be like, I don't want Asians buying my stuff, so they're never going to be able to pronounce it. Depends on the manner in which, but I still think it's funny, and I'm going to interpret it in a funny way. Lululemon. Sorry, what? Lululemon. Lululemon. I don't know what you're saying, sir. Lululemon. I need to get Lululemon for my wife. Lululemon. For my waifu. Lululemon. I have no idea what you're saying. It's one of the funniest things ever. Oh my god. That's, I mean, hey, respect to you know, playing the long game. That's fucking amazing. I can't believe I've never heard of that before. And here I am saying I knew my racism. Jesus Christ. Thank you for continuously expanding my perspective, Ahab. Holy shit. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. I'm gonna be laughing my ass off about that all fucking night. Because I'm gonna be watching Looter, like, do Diablo 2 runs. And he's Korean. So, and he has, like, a strong accent. So it's like, yeah. I didn't know what a rum rune was, and then I realized that it was a lum rune, and I was like, oh, it's a lum, not a rum. I'm like, what's a rum rune? As a glowy, I know all the racist things. True. You gotta be informed to keep up with your people, right? Everyone knows racists are the most inclusive kind of people as long as you're racist. It was actually the guy who introduced crack to black neighborhoods. Damn, Ahab, that's epic. I'm half through Frankenstein? Oh, nice, Blessed. Hell yeah. Raj's expression didn't change, his gaze almost too calm for the gravity of the situation. No one bothered to ask. He said it simply, without any hint of malice or defensiveness. Some truths are best left undisturbed. Why now? Why tell us now? Pike demanded. If you knew this all along, why withhold it from us? Father Grange finally turned his gaze away, looking out the stained glass windows where the light filtered through the fractured, colorful patterns, because sometimes the truth is more dangerous than the lies. He turned back to face them, his eyes searching Evelyn's. The church was part of something larger, Sheriff. It wasn't just a place of worship, it was a place of power. And now it has become a symbol of something darker. Your encouragement is thanked. Exactly. My local bookstore donates books to prisoners. What's the most dangerous book I could send? Oh, I know. I know. Art of War. No, Art of War. "48 Laws of Power." Is that a Hitler book or like a Stalin book or some sort of like fascist dictatorship book? Or is it like a sexual book, like it has like bad content in it, like Sarabian film? It's self-improvement. Wait, why is it banned? Is it self-improvement as in like directive of other people? Someone pisses you off, just kill them. It'll improve your life. Until you get caught. So don't get caught. It's about manipulation, isn't it? Psycho. Oh, so it's like the rules of power for a sociopath. I don't see why it would be banned. Fish. People don't like having those ideas because they survive in the free marketplace of ideas, and people don't like that. Anything they disagree with that survives in the free marketplace of ideas, they'll shut down because they feel that it's bad because it can be used in a bad way. But it's usually selective bias. You know? Like, why are the Hitler speeches and Hitler stuff being banned is just gonna make people go towards it. Right? Free market, you have to compete in that, ho. Yeah, but what I mean is you're competing in the free market of ideas. If you present your idea in a free market, and that idea gets elevated to the top because it's a good idea, how can you argue with that? Right? Like, for instance, like I said, in my opinion, this is the one good thing that, like, Hitler, like, or, like, maybe one of the 3 things Hitler said was good, which is, like, if white people want to be alone with white people, and black people want to be alone with black people, why is that a bad thing? It's like the Ozarks thing where the people tried to create the white community and then it was declared illegal. But you have all these black communities, all these Hispanic communities, all these Somalian communities, all of these Jewish communities, all these Amish communities. So why is it that you can have these communities that are specifically based on race and ethnicity and religion, but you can't have a white community where we just want a bunch of white people? That's all I'm saying, right? And that causes people to be more radical. Whereas if you would just let people do whatever they wanted, people would be less radical. And I think that's a problem now because people are saying, no, you can't just be a white person with a white person. You can't just be a black person with a black person. Everyone has to be a mixed race, you know? If you're... Basically, it's like if you're mating with someone who's the same race as you, it's inbreeding. I mean, some people do have that mentality. Same with, like, they think of, you know, breeding with, like, a black person would be like breeding with a dog. Same kind of mentality, different spectrum. I want to send a book, but I don't want it to be just something used to hide prison drugs. I don't know if that's possible, Ahab. Don't know if that's possible, man. I'm just being honest. No, the Bible's definitely going to be used as Because then you could claim that someone was discriminating against your religion by trying to search your Bible. Because they wanted to confiscate it. Bible is actually the perfect place to hide drugs in, because you have a just cause of them not taking it from you. Or inspecting it. Send books that are less than an inch thick. Someone donated a book to me and it was a Bible. I'd be so pissed. Scotty, you can't ask questions. Oh, I know, Fish. That's why I ask questions, right? Like, what did you have for breakfast this morning? Because I know the answer and I know you'll never say the truth. Someone donated unless it was an Old Testament. The Bible is the book. At least for most of Western society, the Bible is the book. Yes. That is why we call things that are like full representations of things Bibles. Like fan Bibles. The answer, Fish, is it's perspective. That's the answer. It varies based on perspective. Each person has their own subjective truth to it. Suppose with a nose like yours, you have bagels for breakfast quite often. Fish, how did you know that? I literally have a bagel after every stream. Like, that's my comfort food before I go to bed, is a bagel. A bagel before bed. Absolutely beautiful. Minotaur Milking Farm is going to some lucky prisoner. There, I've decided. True, Ahab. There's nothing new under the sun. Exactly, Blessed. I bet you do, Scotty. I bet you do. I'm sure it's kosher, too. I think the physical books need to leave and instead give them Kindles. Read digital copies. Kindles themselves must be turned in weekly for inspections, and we'll get the exact same one back 24 hours later. Keep Scotty from being dead. True, bagels are worth giving Israel weapons of war, in all honesty. I mean, fair, Ahab. I can agree. And their delis. Yep. I can get behind that. You know, there's some sacrifices you have to make in life, and I'm not willing to make some, right? You have to put a line in the sand somewhere, and it's at bagels and, like, pastries. Symbol of something darker. Evelyn stepped closer, her voice firm. The killer is using the church. The burned church, the symbols, they're all connected. Grange studied her carefully, his gaze still too knowing. The past always catches up with us, Evelyn Thorne. The killer isn't the first to walk this path. He's only the latest. Evelyn clenched her fists, her mind racing. Pieces were falling into place, but the picture was still incomplete. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the back of the church, leaving them standing in the heavy silence, Evelyn's heart pounding in her chest. Hand rubbing intensifies. Good God. Pastries and ice cream and chocolate, best desserts. Build all the rape tunnels you want, just keep baking those shits. Fucking ads. My VPN is using Japan server. I got Japanese ads. Damn, Blessed. I always get ads in French. Right? I'll get like a Tim Hortons ad in French. And I'll be like, the fuck, or an A&W ad in French. I'll be like, what the fuck is this? Three, two, one, toke!
Does Scotty sit when he pees?
Yes. So does my dad. And you know what my dad's justification is? He's lazy. Why would I put effort into something when I don't have to? Right? You don't have wisdom about to use or not use Chinese socials. It depends. Do you care if the Chinese government tracks you, has your information, and all around just, you know, and you know that everything is going directly through the government? As long as you're willing to accept that, and you know what's funny about that is the exact same thing is true in basically every single country. It's just China is, for some reason, singled out, you know? There's like, oh, look at all the security cameras in China. Well, there's security cameras everywhere in America, too. Like, what? So why is it bad that China does it, but it's not bad that America does it? I don't know. I think, well, it's because we know that the Chinese government is just straight up bad. That it's not good, right? Doesn't treat its people well, doesn't care about its people. It's not a progressive, productive government. These toddlers as traffic cones in China. Yes, Ahab. Except they run them over. Well, I was gonna say, yeah, but they're actually like, you know, the ones that you run over. Team America, World Police, 100%. 100%. Let me ask you this, guys. If America had the power to be the world police and could make basically world peace by just fucking up everyone who's bad, would you support that? And the American public is the people choosing who America should basically invade and, like, destroy. You know, these guys are assholes. Let's go depose them. Team America definitely fucked up more than just the bad guys. Definitely Ahab. Because I would support it. I'd say if, at the end of the day, America has the power to get rid of North Korea, get rid of the Chinese government, get rid of Russia, get rid of these warlords in Africa, get rid of like any kind of extremist religious leaders, and yeah, basically I would support that. Which is just what happens when you're the motherfucking big dog. I mean, it's fair, and I'm willing to accept that there's going to be collateral damage. But I know at the end of the day, in 50 years from now, the world's going to be a better place. So in 50 years from now, the total amount of people that are going to be, let's say, affected by it negatively is going to be less. So I think, morally, you're wrong because you're willing to put more people in harm's way because you don't want a single person to have enough power to dictate how the world is. And I mean, that's a fair thing, right? It's just, again, it's what are you willing to sacrifice? Right? And different people are willing to sacrifice different things. I would love it if, by stopping terrorism in France, we accidentally fuck up France. Because France is gross. Damn, Ahab, that's brutal. I mean, I got nothing wrong with France or the French. What the fuck are we talking about now? Book. Would you support America if it had the power and the will to basically depose all of the bad actors in the world and say, you know what? We're gonna be the world police, And if you're a douchebag, dictator, extremist, we're just gonna take you out. So if you have like a lower than like 25% approval rate in your country, we're just gonna kill you. No? Interesting. Cause at the end of the day, all I care about is results. So if there's someone out there that could make the world a better place, I think they have a moral obligation to make the world a better place. 100% power corrupts 1,000%. Okay, but Book, my problem is that the world is already corrupt. Right? So, to me, all you're saying is that because the world can't be perfect, I'm willing to accept that the world's gonna get worse and worse. Right? Because, like, I'm accepting the fact that this already happens. It's already a thing. People already do it. So why do we care? Right? But that's just me, right? Drone strike. If you asked about a country other... And that's... I might change my mind. And I think, Book, that's what people's problem is. Is they're more worried about the way that it gets done instead of that it gets done. Which I have a problem with. But again, I'm not saying that, like, you have to change your opinion. I'm just saying I think you're wrong, and I think that opinion is the reason why the world is so bad. Because not enough people are willing to accept the sacrifices that it would take to keep the world at, like, heaven-level paradise. Right? I thought that would make it apparent. I'm joking. No, but I mean, Ahab, if you're embezzling funds, why not drone strike you? You're fucking over the people. Why shouldn't we just take you out of the picture? You're clearly a bad actor, right? It's like, we've gone through all the judicial process. You're guilty. Okay, we're just drone strike you. Easy. You do know that the US has something about people with intellectual disabilities where they are tracking them. They're basically headed to a Holocaust situation and not getting on the train. The way is the way. I want that job so bad. Holy shit. Huh? What's going on now? See, oh no, the Holocaust thing. And Book, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with people jumping to the conclusion that tracking people is immediately a bad thing. It's only a bad thing because we know that the government is bad. So shouldn't we take a step back and look at the root problem, which is we don't trust our government? So shouldn't we fix that problem? But you see, that's the difference, Book. Is it's being tracked by the government, not being tracked by the public. I give my address willingly to the government. The government has my address, but the government is the one who's supposed to impose it, not the people. So why would I give my address to the random people in the public who are not held accountable as the government is? So my question is, you're asking the wrong question. Do you want to give your information to the government, not to the public? And my thing is, I already give my information to the public, to the government. The government already tracks me. So I don't understand what it means, because we're already being tracked, right? So why is it uniquely different that they're tracking mentally disabled people when they're actually tracking everyone? Like, that's my problem with it.
It's the fact that I am terrified. It's the fact that I'm terrified that we're headed towards a Holocaust situation. And you can't say that that's not a possibility given all the unrest that's happening.
No, see what I'm saying, Book.
I'm not saying it's going to happen.
No. Because, like, that's literally the point of the title. is the psyop of the reason why the government is doing what it's doing is it's doing the V for Vendetta thing with the St. Mary's, where it's trying to create a situation by willingly letting people get so radical that the population votes for Jesus Christ. Words. Authoritarianism. That's the psyop. So I agree with you, but I don't agree with you in the reasoning of they're not doing it in a malicious... They're doing it in a malicious way. They're not doing it in a malicious way towards mentally disabled people. They're doing it towards absolutely every single citizen. So I think it shouldn't be, oh, they're doing it towards, and specifically call out the tracking of, and like this energy that they have specifically for mentally disabled people. This energy should be put forward towards absolutely everyone. That's the problem I have, is the selective, oh, it's bad because they're doing it to these people. No. It's bad that they're doing it to anyone. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I absolutely agree with you, but I think you're not going hard enough with it.
Well, where I come from is where the discussion was from before, where like we have to protect women because men can protect themselves. So how often do powerful white men get stuck in a Holocaust situation versus someone with an intellectual disability, someone of color, someone of a specific religion? Like, I'm not saying they don't get pulled in, but it's the percentage you were talking about before. So that's why I, as a woman who technically has an intellectual disability, you could say, am scared of Trump and having the US have power in general, because they are not showing that they have intelligence to manage the world.
See, and again, this is my biggest problem, that people say, oh, I don't trust Trump. Why is Trump uniquely different than any other president that's ever sat in the presidency? Exactly, Shadow.
Well,
I don't think that Trump has anything true. The presidency is not a position of power. It is a position of folly for the people to believe that they're in control. The president doesn't actually do anything. He's a puppet. He's a face. And if you don't think that, then I think you're retarded. So I think the people that think that Trump is bad are literally falling for the psyop. And it's like, no, you're dumb. It's the people in the background, the people that are controlling Trump, the people that control the actual government. Those are the people you need to get mad at, not Trump. Trump is just a random fucking idiot retard that they know that everyone will get mad at and ignore the other things. It's literally a bread and circus. So I hate this fact that everyone's like, oh, Trump bad. No, government bad.
I trust the rest of the government.
That's why I think people aren't going hard enough. And
I
they're
never
going
said
in
I
the...
trusted any part of the U.S. government.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying that, like, the fact that you say specifically
Trump
that
is
you...
just the face that I can talk to.
Yeah, but it's the fact that, like, would you have said this 7 years ago? And been like, when Trump was first in his presidency.
No, because the government didn't scare me then.
But, like, Trump was president 7 years ago.
Yeah, I was scared of Trump back then too.
Okay, well, what about 16 years ago?
I didn't trust him then either.
When Obama was president.
I trusted Obama.
Why?
It's a vibe thing.
And see, that's what I think is ridiculous.
That's all I can tell you, because I don't know much about politics.
And that's what I think is the scariest thing, is that people are judging things based on a vibe. And it's like they're basing their entire reality on a vibe. When I say, the government has never changed. The government has been the same since basically the inception of the United States. No matter what president sits on the presidency.
That is not entirely true, because there's other things that I don't trust. Like, I don't trust Bezos, or Bezos, whatever. I don't trust Elon, and those have been a more recent issue.
I think I can get some of your guys' help. I'm stuck on my chorus. What's up, Shadow? What do you need help with? Didn't trust Obama. Wealthy person claiming affordable is the least trustworthy person in history. True, Sean. You literally only liked Obama because he wasn't a white guy, and I haven't been proven wrong. Exactly, Ahab, which means people are so dumb that they can't take us. That's why the problem. That's why. That's why I don't think the problem will ever be fixed until people are willing to take the step back and take, like, my position where it's like, all right, we're just gonna, for instance, any person who's in the government right now, you're a sacrificial lamb. I'm sorry, but you're going to jail. And we're gonna prove a point that anyone that we even have the tiniest suspension that you're going to that you're in on something, you just go to jail. Oh, you talked to the wrong person? You're going to jail. And the reason for that is to scare the living fuck out of people who want to go into politics.
Yes, I agree with you.
But I'm willing to make the sacrifice.
The government should go to jail.
Yeah, but I'm willing to make the sacrifice that I know maybe more than half of those people are innocent, but the only way to root them out, you have to amputate the arm. I know you only have 3 fingers that are fucked, but the root goes down to the bone. If we don't amputate the arm, you're gonna die. Like, nah, just take the.
It's a situation where the hand is groping someone's ass, but the arm's responsible for the hand groping the ass. It might not have done it itself, but
it's a byproduct of it. Yeah, exactly. The course isn't working. The long story short, I realize I can switch the words. I don't know what sounds better. There's so many options. I DM some of them. All right, well, let's take a look at it, Shadow. Cut out the tumor, but failed to treat the source, and you're buying time at best. Exactly, Fish. Exactly. So all the government does is buy time until it follows the cycle of the government. Blah. Yup. Oh, yeah, you should check her stuff out. You should post, if you have the MP4 of like, the beta version of it, you should post it in there as, like, a rough draft. Shadow. But yeah, so it's like...
Join us in chat, Callie.
Shadowy Embrace, Whisper of Death part can be in the middle to the end. I will once done. Alright, well, we gotta get through this chapter of Relic's story. We got a couple more pages to go. We've been, it's been a really heavily discussion.
You're still reading Relic's story.
Yes. Because we've been interrupted so much.
Still here?
I don't know. I think? I don't know.
It's showing you.
I started reading it, so I'm gonna finish it. That's the trick. You gotta be here when I start, but as soon as I start reading, you can leave. Because, I'm gonna finish the chapter. So it's like a little loophole hack that you can do.
No, see, what I would do is I'd be like, okay, Scotty started. I'll go away for like 3 hours and come back and he'll be just about done.
Nice. Me on Discord, Miss Shadow, and I'll send it to you. See also, Scotty Old Strong at 11 viewers. Woo woo! He deserves it. What kind of music? His stream is engaging. I mean, I try. Thanks, Ninja. I try, right? I try to be entertaining. I try to be engaging. I try to give a perspective and a value that I think is lacking in representation. Right? And I think that's the standing in the like, my mentality is being a fence sitter is not a bad thing. I think if you could sum everything up to like what my essence and vibe is, being a fence sitter is not a bad thing. Which means it doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on. You should still be able to have discussions about why you're on that side of the fence. And that goes with absolutely anything in reality. I don't think it will send it long. Oh, probably because Discord is too... It like, the file size is too big. Being a fence shitter is a bad thing, though. I mean... Yeah. Right? But that's usually what it is, right? Is it's one side... Because the guy who's shitting on the fence isn't sitting on the fence. He's on one side of the fence trying to shit on the other side of the fence. and he just happens to hit the fence. It's like trying to shit through a wooden fence, right? It's like, it's not a chain link fence, man. You're gonna get maybe like through a tiny crack or a splinter or something. Maybe a little bit will leak through the other side, but it's not a chain link fence, man. Can show it on stream when he looks at it. No one's trying to balance himself, so he gets the shit on both fence sides. He's balancing with his arms. Ah, don't have it on there. I predict a revolution. The government will be overthrown, but not by the people who start the revolution. Instead, it will be the Gen Xers who have been staying out of things and will finally snap. Then they'll make the younger generation grow up and fix the mess they made. That's what I said, Sean. Give it 20, between 2046 and 2060. It's gonna be like the Overton window is just gonna go like, and it's just gonna literally completely shift, and it's gonna be like the silent people are gonna just get into power, and they're just gonna change things, and everyone's gonna be like, what the fuck happened? No one's gonna say anything. They're just gonna do it, right? Because when someone says something, that means they're not gonna do it. Because if they were gonna do it, they would have done it. They wouldn't have said it. Right? I need to read the book I bought. Tried earlier, but drunk reading sucks. Oh, Ahab? Yeah, I feel that. You get definitely the vertigo with that. For sure. Evelyn clutched her fists, her mind racing. Pieces were falling into place, but the picture was still incomplete. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the back of the church, leaving them standing in the heavy silence. Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. Pike motioned to the door. Let's go. We're headed to the farm next. The drive up West Road was as uneven as the last stretch of the investigation. Pike's truck bounced lightly over the rough terrain, his tires crunching over the gravel and dirt that separated from the Rourke farm. In the back of the truck, Milo shifted restlessly, his ears alert as they passed the familiar landmarks of Hemlock Falls. The town had always felt like a refuge, a place to hide from the world's troubles, but now it felt as though the trouble had come to them.
That's about 30% of most people's problems, Sean.
So many times I want to overthrow the government as it stands. Only thing is, I don't want to deal with running this shit show myself, so I just sit back and watch annoyed. True. Recommend a free AI logo and banner generator for social media. Okay. After, of course, getting the rights to actually do things on it. I will build an Iron Man suit in my cave. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Milo shifted restlessly, his ears alert as they passed the familiar landmarks of Hemlock Falls. Town had always felt like a refuge, a place to hide away from the world's troubles, but now it felt as though the trouble had come to them. Evelyn sat in the front seat beside Sheriff Pike, her gaze shifting from the road ahead to the dense woods surrounding them. The trees loomed tall, a canopy of shadows that seemed to hide more than they revealed. Deputy Ellis Crane and Deputy Olivia Mercer followed in their vehicles, the quiet rumble of the tires a constant reminder that the team was moving deeper into unknown territory. As he lost his mind. What did I miss here? I just want a farm. Living off the grid on a farm would be pretty awesome. There are those with bidets, and there are those who bring a shovel out to the desert to shit. You ain't live life until you dig yourself a shithole. Do not claim to be the first to build. I mean, fair. After a few miles of rough terrain, they arrived at a fallen tree blocking the road. Its massive branches spread across the dirt like a warning. Pike pulled up to the obstacle and stopped, the engine idling quickly in the morning stillness. Oh, we're back to where we were. Did that in boot camp. Oof. Oof. This is where we leave the vehicles. Pike's voice was low but firm as he turned off the engine and climbed out of the truck. Looked towards Ellis and Olivia. who had parked behind him, both of them stepping out of their vehicles with cautious movements. Does Adam fly? I don't know, I'm just saying, why not build the guts, then steal Adam's to put them into? Save you some time. I'm liking the book so far, despite it not being my genre. True Fish. Oh, is it a presentation? His is for presentation. I will not steal. Evelyn followed Pike, her hands gripping the handle of the door. The air was thick with anticipation. The Rourke farm in sight, just over the rise. They could see the decaying structures in the distance, overrun with time. But even now, Evelyn could feel the weight of the killer's presence. What's the main plot of the book? Murder, mystery, cult. Cultish murder mystery. Basically think Sinister. We'll need to go on foot from here, Pike said, his voice low as he approached the fallen tree. The farm's just up ahead, but we can't risk driving any closer. It's too exposed. His is fully wearable. And with extras, it did fly. They tested it for bulletproofing, and it works nearly as well as the movies advertised. That's insane, Sean. Deputy Ellis Crane pulled a shotgun from the trunk of his car, checking the chamber with professional fluidity. Deputy Olivia Mercer pulled out her vest and pulled out her vest and started putting it on, her expression unreadable. She checked the .38 special, making sure the gun was loaded and ready. The air around them grew heavier with each movement, unease settling in their chests. Evelyn walked up to Pike, her mind racing with questions. Jonah's disappearance, the rituals, the symbols, everything was pointing toward this farm. But what would they find when they got there? Was it just a place of death, or was it the key to understanding the killer's larger plan? Pike turned toward her as he reached him, his hand outstretched. He handed her a bulletproof vest, and she put it on quickly, securing it over her jacket. Then she handed a .38 special, along with a small case of extra ammunition. Dented might fuck you up pretty bad. 50 cal dented, but nothing more. Talk to me! What about a 50 cal? Would that stop it? At high speeds, high pressures, and further attack, yes. Sure, but no hole. Granted, dented head, probably not a good thing. 6 rounds in the chamber, 12 backup. I don't need to tell you what to do next. If anything goes wrong, don't wait for me. Or Ellis or Olivia, you run. Say's locked onto her, his intense tone steely. No heroics, understand? Evelyn nodded, her fingers brushing over the grip of the gun. She wasn't afraid. Not in the way she had been when she first arrived in Hemlock Falls, but there was a sharp awareness now. She was no longer just a spectator. She was a participant, and there was no turning back. I understand. Her voice was steady, the weight of the gun in her hand both reassuring and unsettling. She didn't want to run. She didn't want to leave anyone behind, especially when they were so close. But Pike's words lingered in her mind. Run, if something happens. With the vest on and the gun in hand, she felt ready to uncover the truth, even if it meant stepping into the heart of darkness itself. Let's go then, Pike said as he started walking up toward the woods. The others followed, their steps light but purposeful, every one of them aware that this could be the moment where the investigation would take a dangerous turn. Ooh! And, oh my god, did I read that entire thing in ads? Well, we're done. I was trying to beat the ads, but I wasn't successful. Well, let's find out, guys. What is her book about? This is Shadow's book. Alright. Yeah, but this is Shadow's books. We're gonna start reading this, guys, but we gotta do Shadow's music first. It's a hefty frickin' book. Alright, so let's look at this. Poetic theme story. I can read the synopsis. His betrayal cuts deeper than the cold iron that binds my wrists. It's a brutal reminder of my harsh reality. What could be worse than being forced into a mating bond with an alpha, shackled by the responsibility to unite the packs? The alpha I'm promised to is a ruthless killer. I once believed I was safe, far enough away from this life. Now I find myself hanging above a pool of my own blood, feeling my heart beginning to slow. How could I have been so naive to think I was finally free? Freedom is an illusion. Is this truly my fate? Can I not escape this? Everything in me tells me to run and keep fighting, yet deep down I know hiding will only prolong the inevitable. Sooner or later, the hunter always finds its prey. Can I outrun a destiny that is bound by blood? I don't believe so. But I'm not sure. I don't know. Got a huge jolt of optimism. Nice. Funny for fantasy music for the Southern Gothic. I hope it is. True, Ahab. True. But we gotta look at this song first. So we look at these lyrics. Shadowy embrace, whisper of death, an outcast. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate, both weak and afraid. Shadowy embrace, whisper of death. She walks alone, both weak and afraid, an outcast, a wolf cursed by fate. Shadowy embrace, whisper of death, a wolf cursed by fate, both weak and afraid, an outcast, she walks alone. See, Shadow's work complete motivated me. True. True. Werewolf is a 5 female sex fantasy archetype. Means I'm evil. Others are Purte, billionaire, surgeon, vampire. Pirate. Oh, pirate. I like this one the most. It gets you into it because it's like cursed by fate. It's like, oh, how is she cursed by fate? Well, she walks alone. She's an outcast. She's weak. And she's afraid. And I think this ordering works the best. But I don't know about it in a song. I just think that's like, structure-wise, it just makes sense, right? Like, you're raising the cursed by fate. Why are you cursed by fate? Well, you're alone. Well, why are you alone? Because you're an outcast. Well, why are you an outcast? Because you're weak. Why are you weak? Because you're afraid. Cursed by fate, weak and afraid, outcast, she walks alone. Add pirates into their story. It is a must. Yeah, I mean, if you want, I'm in the voice chat. If you want to hop in here, I don't know if books.
Wrong voice chat though.
Oh right. Do you want to swap over to this one, book?
Sure, I can just not be in voice chat for a while too. On like a week.
All right, sounds good. No worries.
Bye.
Peace. Yo, what's up?
freezing.
Just another day in Canada, right? I mean, what?
I mean, I'm close to it. So, yeah.
Scotty, did you finish the chapter? If so, what do you think? I had to step away for an issue in my apartment. I liked it, Relic. It definitely brought in the tension and, like, the knowledge. And, like I said, I locked in my final, guess, which is Grange is related to the person who's doing this. And he's like, he just doesn't want to, like, oust a family member or some shit like that. Like his son or his dad or his wife or some shit like that. But it's someone who's related in a way to Grange. It's not Grange himself. Chapter 18. So they just went to the church and were like, yo, dude, what the fuck? We never saw that burnt down church on the Rourke family. And he's like, yeah, it was actually underground. And they were like, why didn't you say that? And he's like, yeah, some things are better left buried. But hey, I'll let you guys go check it out. And so they just basically got to the tree. They're putting on their vests and they're about to go to the Rourke farm with all of the sheriffs. Pike, Crane, and Olivia. As well as Evelyn. But yeah.
Yeah, you see my dilemma?
Yeah, it's just,
At first I thought it was fine originally, which I still have the original. But because it's not actually me singing it, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm using the program or
Yeah.
whatnot. It doesn't, it's flat. It doesn't, like, sound like an actual chorus. Now, if I had the, I put it through that program, just the list that I sent you there,
Mhm.
and having the shadowy thing in the top, fixed that. But then, literally, I don't know how I even fucking managed it, but I can literally, just, like, reorganize every single thing. I can also do, like, Whispers of Death, the Shadowy Embrace, like, I don't know how I managed that, but there's, like, 40 different ways that I could write that. And it still means the same thing.
So I think what's the vibe you're trying to go for the most, and that's what you should use to determine which one. Like, what's the progression of your story? So have the word order match the progression of the actual story. Because I haven't read it, so I don't know exactly. But it's like what things are introduced in the story in what order, and then use that to order how you place all 6 of these, or 7 of these things.
I mean, it's kind of they kind of happen at the same time, so it's like grr. I don't know. I'm sharing my screen, then I'll play the original so that they can hear it.
Not VST. I'll whisper. Any graphic artists here, like
Raising my
Albaton
hand.
or something.
You need it.
So it's her life is in shadow. Here's why.
They'll probably get an idea a little bit better once they hear the full thing. Yeah, let me know when you're in it.
Yep, ready.
Really? Doesn't say you're in it. That's weird.
Oh, it's because I clicked on the DMs. If you click off of it,
We're
it
in your
frickin'...
Discord.
I know, because I was looking on a stream, but if you click on it, if you click off the thing...
Why don't you have folders, sir?
Folders? What are folders?
What? You don't have folders?
For what?
Oh my goodness. Click on what, like, your channels, right? Your all the servers you're in.
Yeah.
Click on one of them and drag it and touch another server.
Why would I do that?
Because then you could put it all in, like, you can organize it, and then it's not a giant list.
Oh. I don't know. I only use the top 4 ones.
You could put all the rest in a separate one, then you only have 2 things showing.
I just don't really use Discord, so it's not really a thing for me.
Okay. I will mute myself. You still have it turned down a bit, right?
Nope, but it should be fine.
Okay. All right. Here it goes.
I don't know what DAW is. God, what the fuck? Screen share cap.
She walks alone, wolf cursed by fate, shadowy embrace.
Digital audio workstation.
And now cast both weak and afraid. Shackled by a mate with an iron hold, a mating bond sealed by disdain. A heart that slows a lethal turn for one soul. With blood on his hands, ash in his soul, a killer by design, he sees control. A howl of pain, her flame ignite. He walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate, shadowy embrace, a whisper of death, and now.
Hold on. I just realized something. These need to be off. It's like, why is it sounding weird? But I forgot I added these things on, but I didn't move them around. Apologies.
No worries.
Okay. Let's...
I'm just trying to focus on the lyrics mainly.
Yeah, I'm
Thinking
gonna
in my
turn
head
that
what it would
part up
sound
just a little
like
bit
with...
so you can hear it a little more.
Because like I said, that's the difference between like the, oh, this is what it looks good, and then it sounds good, right?
When it... Can you see my cursor?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so about right here is where the chorus is.
Mm-hmm.
It's here and here. But you could tell when it starts, it's like it's just not there. It's yeah. Okay. I'll play it again from the beginning so you can hear it.
In the moonlight that bleeds through the night, a silver light guides her path, a glimpse of what's to come. Unspoken truths hidden beneath the mask, black as midnight, her fur betrays. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate, shadowy embrace, a whisper of death, and now cast both weak and afraid. Shackled by a mate with an iron hold, a mating bond sealed by disdain. A heart that slows a lethal turn for one soul. With blood on his hands, ash in his soul, a killer by
I'm hold on, pause it.
he sees control. A howl of pain, her flame ignite. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate, shadowy embrace, a whisper of His betrayal cuts deep, a wound with no end, a price that's paid when the last breath fades. The shadows of the night taking hold within, a battle cry echoes, death's song calls to those who hear. Eyes of deep blue reflect despair, a brutal reminder, carved so deep. With the fire inside, the freedom takes hold as a power revives a broken soul. In the moonlight, she'll find her name. A wolf that no longer walks alone claims her rightful place.
So I think the best way is to do emotional storytelling. So not this one. Swap. These two. So Outcast. So Outcast, both weak and afraid. She walks alone. A wolf cursed by fate. I think that's the best combination. Needs drum build up, fills and pauses and builds up. Yeah, it needs some sax and some violins too. But does that make sense, Shadow?
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think
I'll
about
try to
that?
put that in.
So
I mean,
Outcast.
I honestly had no idea. I was just I was trying to sleep last night because I had to wake up early today, and it was like 5 o'clock in the fucking morning, and it just kept playing over and over in my head. I was like, it needs to be fixed, and then I was like, wait a second, and I started switching them around, and that's when I realized I was like, fuck, I could literally just have like an endless amount of different things, and it still means the same exact thing. I don't know how I did it that way, but like, god damn it, now I don't know which one sounds better. So you think the second one?
No, you don't have it on here. I'll type it in. This one.
The shadowy embrace definitely helped in the first though. I did put, which I guess I could play that too. I put that into the app thing to hear it to see what it sounded like too, but it was having problems.
This one. Shadowy embrace, whisper of death, an outcast, both weak and afraid. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate. And then you have the afraid and the fate, and you have the death and the outcast, and they're like half rhymes. You could also have embrace and cast as well too. But I think that is like it delivers the most emotional punch, and it leaves you with the most important saying at the end, which is a wolf cursed by fate, and then that lingers with you after the chorus. So to me, I think that's the most powerful presentation of it.
I'll plug that in and then do the regeneration of it and see what it sounds like.
Because I really like the both weak and afraid, and then a wolf cursed by fate. It's like those two line up really well. And it's like I wish there was more to an outcast, and like she walks alone. Like a silent outcast, and then maybe have that play on the fact that she doesn't feel like she can speak out. Like add some sort of qualifier before outcast. And maybe replace the word both. So take the word both and do like a silent outcast, weak and afraid. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate. And then it's like it has the same rhythm, but the pacing is slightly more oriented. But yeah, I think that's the closest I'm gonna get to any kind of good input on this, because I'm not very good at music and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, how like when I hear it and I think, okay, how could I make this better? It's like the first thing I thought of is the lingering on afraid, and it's like I don't think that's the right way to present the next part of the song, like the transition. I think fate should be the transition, because it gives you that little bit of hope that there's something that she can cling on to, that work her way out of it, and it doesn't have that pure end of despair, but it still has that despair written into it. Yeah. But and then it gets like hefty with the next one. It's like, how do you escape something that you feel is right but you know is wrong? Right? It's like this is the right thing to do for my people, but it's the wrong thing to do for myself. So what am I going to do? The thing for my people or the thing for myself? And it's like, can I find a scenario in which I can do something for my people and for myself, right? Like, does it have to just be these two options, or can I find a way to loophole it into a third option? And I think fate, leaving on that with that pause there, gives you that ability to sit back and say, how could I break free of this? As opposed to like cowering in the corner. And I think that's just better presentation, because it brings in curiosity as opposed to like a negative reaction. And I think always ending, like having the negative reaction there to make people think and get into it, and then leaving off on something that makes them question or wonder, is far more powerful.
I'll put that in, and then I'll probably join back in here once I'm done. I have to figure out, because now it's gonna have a different beat, so I might have to redo the entire thing. Rip my freaking like 12 hours of work last night, but you know.
So I always try to solidify lyrics first, because then it'll dictate the tempo of the rest of the song, right?
And it doesn't help, like, with the program, like, it's good and all, but obviously, you know, it's not perfect. It's not human.
Yeah, it's not having
And
your
sometimes
own
they'll like blur
little
their words, and you're like, what? What was that?
I mean, it's a better than what I got. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I told you yesterday, I think, right, that the end of one of them was like fucking screamo. I
Yeah,
was like, what
yeah.
the hell?
I mean,
where did that come from?
Have that kind of like if I do screamo, it's like. Never do that with a dry throat. Holy shit. Definitely hard to get that gruff rumble in there, though. Excuse me. 3, 2, 1, toke!
Okay, I'll be back probably in a bit. Let's hope this doesn't take me that long. And hopefully the audio that I have just still works for it. It shouldn't be too bad considering everything else is in the same spot, so.
Strain name is Rose Wild Rose Reserve.
Let me know when you start reading my book.
Well, that was the plan. I wanted to start right now now that you're here, but if you want to do that, maybe I can read We have
I mean, you could still. I mean, I'll. You want me in VC for that, or I could just be in your chat?
No, I'm just if you want to. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, I already know the story, but you know, it'd be interesting hearing somebody else read it. So go for it. I'll stay in here, but I'm gonna mute myself while I'm doing my music back and forthness.
Yep, sounds good. No worries. All right. So we have Shadow's book, Echoes of the Sacred Territory, Battle Between Worlds, Book 1. Book is dedicated to everyone that has supported me throughout the years. Wouldn't have been here without you all. Same. It's all about the community and having people to prop you up. No one can stand on their own, but with enough people propping enough people up, everyone can stand on their own, because it's kind of like, you know, those self-supporting systems where it's like once you get to that point of like structured self-sufficiency, it's basically like you're breaking the rules of physics, right? And it's manipulation of reality to its finest. And we're actually going to wait on this. An ad break is going to come up in a sec here, so we're just going to wait for the ad break so we don't get interrupted. Oh, that's just the way that it is. Ads be up in what they do got out to do each other and honoring each other. Indeed, you want to do better, right? That's kind of the idea. Is it's like you want to do better, you want to be better, you want to find something that will press you in the direction that you could possibly not just find yourself like falling in, but also something that is more I guess like the best way to describe it, I guess, is kind of like, you know, like a flight of birds or flock of birds, right? Like flying, like using the physics of airflow so that each person can do like their, you know, basically their time at work in order to support everyone else. It's like at the end of the day, you spend like, you know, let's say 8 hours working hard, but then you spend 40 hours not working hard. So, you know, it's a trade-off you have to be willing to take. Some people would rather be like, well, I don't want to work that hard. And they wind up having to work harder because they say that they're not willing to work that hard. It's just like, if you're willing to put in the effort, you should be putting the effort in the correct way. At least that's how, like, it should be. Like I said, like, always, like, people are trying to solve symptoms instead of solving the problem. It's like, we need to go back to solving the problem, right? Right? The problem is decision paralysis and an inability to sacrifice. If we get rid of those, I think we could live in a utopia. Because some people just, you know, they don't deserve to be the ones in the utopia. And it's the reason why, like people say, if you took a bunch of first world people and just dropped them in the middle of nowhere, they'd make a first world country. If you took third world people and dropped them in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, they wouldn't do anything. And it's like a mentality kind of idea. It's like, why do certain things? I'm trembling trying to finish my X profile, lol, working all day on it. Why, Blessed? Why do you even care? Why are you even going back on social media? I thought it was better for you that you weren't on social media. Especially if you're like freaking out over trying to make your X profile. Like, bro, it's a social media profile. No one really gives a fuck. Maybe you're spending too much time on it. Maybe that's your problem. Right? And that's like, that's where you should be looking for the solution. Not in being like, well, you know, I enjoyed it. So it's like, well, I can still have it. Just don't do the obsessive, ridiculous things that you would have done before, right? In bio, you know what you should put is bio. And for your picture, you should just have a black square. And just purposefully go out of your way to be like, no, fuck this. I'm not doing it. I'm just being, you know. And then with doing that, you will create your own unique structure, right? No. What do you mean no? What do you mean no, Blessed? Is it up there with those? I don't know. Well, anyways, Chapter 1, Pack Life, Willow. Willow, are you listening to me? It's time to get your head out of the clouds. I hear my mother's soft voice echo deep within my mind. Once again, daydreaming. I let my thoughts drift, imagining how shifting for the first time would feel. I'm eager to step outside and reconnect with this world in my new form. As a young child, if I wasn't at home daydreaming, my parents often found me roaming through the woods. I always found myself playing around a huge willow tree. Fitting, right? With my name and all. However, a storm raged one day and the wind effortlessly uprooted the tree. All that was left was a hollow trunk. I was heartbroken at first. Social isn't the problem, it was me. I suffer intentionally to build stronger. I needed to speak my feelings. True, Blessed. I subsequently spent numerous hours sitting inside that trunk. It became my sanctuary, a refuge where I could escape from the world. Life was simple back then. I played in the yard as a kid. Had caring parents, and everything seemed perfect. At least, that's what people outside would see. My reality was different. I feel alone, thanks to being the only child in the pack. When I was about 10, my pack chose a mate for me to bond with when I was older. I have yet to meet this man. However, I was told his name, Jake Tanner, and that he is a future alpha. Typically, we choose our mates, but since I'm the only lunar wolf offspring, the pack feels it would be best if they select one for me. Jake is the son of an alpha to some pack to the west of us. Their numbers are extensive, but about 100 wolves strong. With us as mates, we will unite the packs. Idol expert, true. Welcome. How's it going? What you up to? Tonight is the night I get to meet him for the first time. My stomach is in knots with the uncertainty I'm feeling. I've been told that the Western Pack is more fierce than ours. With the uniting of packs, the Lunar Wolves have accepted that we have an alpha. Yet I can't quite understand why they willingly would give up their freedom just to gain numbers. I was never interested in having a mate, to be honest. My parents thought that would change once I grew older. Social media is where the majority of society spends their time outside of work unless social media is the work. That's very sad, but true. Sad, but true. It's sad that social media has become third space. Because we've lost all of our third spaces. Because it's no longer socially acceptable to, like, hang out in public unless you're at a bar. When you're an adult, right? I will meet Jake at a royal ball the packs have prepared. Using the community hall. They line the entrance with flowers. Third spaces? Third spaces are places where you would go that are not your home and not your work. So, like, the gym would be a third space, right? Church would be a third space. Like, when you were a kid, like, the playground was a third space. Skate park was a third place. You know, like, sporting events was, like, a third place, right? Some place that was outside of school or work or home that you could go to interact and meet with people, right? Like a public pool, a skating rink, a library, a community center, something like that, right? Adults' third spaces are bars. That's it. We don't really have any other acceptable third spaces, right? Unless you have, like, kids. They line the entrance with flowers as white lights are strung around the pillars. I've never been one for dancing or large gatherings. I'm more into getting lost in nature by myself. Being my pack's only offspring means I would be alone for their whole pack. They've invited every young pup from their pack to meet me. Beach. Yeah, the beach. Trails. Forest. Desert. Willow, your dress is ready. Please try it on. Mother places it on the bed and gives a soft smile. Ivory with a hint of purple on the bottom, leaving a lace top. It's exquisite and will accentuate my curves nicely. It's a shame I can't wear this for a genuine mate. Alas, I don't have a choice. I really have to, Mom. Can't one of the adults mate with someone in their pack? Sorry, Willow. Someone has to mate with the alpha to unite the packs. You're only one of us right age for the alpha. She was correct, even if I hated every moment of it. Trying on the gown, I'm left in awe. It is intimate in a way in all the right places. My white hair cascades past my shoulders and drapes over my silky dress. You're beautiful, my dear. Tears fill her eyes as she embraces me in a familiar hug. I know you will make your family proud. Way to put more pressure on me. I know she means well, but I don't like my situation. I'm hoping he's not half bad. He may be a gentleman. And I'll fall for him if I'm lucky. Requires money, though? That's another thing. Yeah, it does require money. Like, you go to these couple events, right? All cost money. I wonder what he thinks. Is he against this as much as I am? I only have an hour till my presence will be called upon. The time didn't go by slow enough. Feeling rushed, I'm dragged out of the ball by my pack members. My aunt nudges Ethan as we stroll to the gathering hall. Don't worry, my parents also selected a mate for me, and it turned out all right. She smiles. I had only seen the outside of the hall before. This would be the first time I'd ever seen the interior. Pups never attended the pack meetings, so the pack had never allowed me here. The place is packed. There are adults and pups of all ages from the Western pack. Teens are grouped in pairs as the room turns when we walk in, with everyone falling silent. Only the soft classical music can be heard, along with my nervous heart. I stand at the entrance in shock as everyone focuses on me. I've never been one for crowds. I swallow hard, feeling my heart pound, realizing this would soon be my life. The Western pack isn't known for being formal. They are known for their strength and power. I pray this is the only ball I'll have to attend. The only reason we're here, we are having one now so Jake can meet me before my shifting celebration. My pack wants to show me off like a precious jewel. It's nice to finally meet you. A deep voice, soft but soft voice calls out from the crowd. The gathering parts, allowing the man to walk through with ease. This is Sir Atticus Tanner, the alpha of the Western Pack. Ethan bows to show respect. I follow along with a curtsy of my own. The man before me is tall and slender with age. His gentle eyes peer down at me. Are you captivating? You are captivating. You would measure up to my son well. His tone is delicate. My son is over by his friends. Let me walk you over so I can introduce you. We walk past a group of people. Their eyes follow me, studying my every move. Standing in the middle of a group of she-wolves, a tall man towers over the girls. His demeanor shows his energy and assertiveness. His suit is left open to show his chiseled body underneath the rich tan. I find myself hoping that his essence matches his looks. The ladies and him are giggling about something that was said, and we got closer. Are they laughing at me? Son, this is Willow. I hope you will find a liking for her. Alpha Atticus waits for a response from Jake. Jake observes me for a moment, looking up and down my body, making me feel like he is undressing me, looking for my flaws. She's relatively diminutive, isn't she? His voice is patronizing. With some training, she would be as adequate as other she-wolves. I'll leave y'all to know one another. Ladies, please leave him be tonight. The Alpha orders the group. I'm left alone. Of course, he's womanizing on the day that he's supposed to meet his bride. What a dick. Well, at least you smell good. Takes in my scent. Let's make this clear. When you mate with me, you obey everything I ask of you. I know you haven't had an alpha before, so I'll be sure to teach you. He is close enough that I felt his breath on my skin. Already this man is feeding my nervousness about him of being with him as a mate. He held out his hand for me to take. I hesitate, but he forcefully takes mine. Look, I don't want my pack to think that you're not obedient. We are both forced into this, so at least act as if you are keen about this arrangement. He's not wrong. My pack is counting on me to unite the packs. If I mess this up, they will never forgive me. Once we mate, I would pass the lunar bloodline down to my pups. With a powerful mate, the bloodline would merely become stronger. Typically, a pack will only merge two bloodlines that are carefully chosen. Any more than two bloodlines, or if there was a bloodline from a lone wolf, the offspring would be considered a mutt and impure. I'm sorry, this is all new to me. I allow him to pull me along to the dance floor. Better get used to it and fast. We only have a few months till you're of mating age. You will move into a home with me in my pack's territory after I mate with you, while the rest of your pack stays here. You'll be trained to become a factotum for a she-wolf. We're floating around, Scotty. If I'm not back before you log off, goodbye and God bless. Love you, brother. True blessed. Take care, bro. Enjoy your extravaganzas. As always. Fuck you. You'll be trained to become a factotum for a she-wolf. I stop in my tracks with the statement. The thought of being forced to do everything for him sickens me. Move? I never agreed to move to your territory. This is my home. I can't just get up and leave everyone here. No one mentioned that I would have to move away from my family. We don't have room for everyone in our land. Our packs will merge, but we will still have two different territories. Your pack is giving you to me. That makes you my property, so you will go where I tell you. I yank my hand away from his. I'm not property. If you treat me as such, I won't agree to mating. My opinion is void to him. Missy, it's funny you think you have a choice. Showing his dominance, he towers over me with a vicious glare. How are things going, kids? Alpha Atticus asks. Things are going well, father. We are discussing how Willow will move in with me after we mate, Jake replies, taking in my hand once again. Ah, so you've chosen our territory to reside in. Takes a while till I realize that the Alpha had said, my choice. Jake made it seem like I didn't have a choice. So it's not the Alpha trying to demand this, it's Jake. Try to glare at Jake in response. The look in his eyes was devilish. Silent death threat if I spoke out a line. This is not going to be a pleasant relationship. The Alpha left us once again, leaving the night to ourselves. Will this evening ever end? Midway through the night, I managed to evade Jake when a friend begins to talk to him. Slipping away, I snuck over to the corner of the hall. Like, I am going to say, Shadow, I'm already getting these I fucking hate this guy vibes. Like, I need to know that something bad happens to this guy.
You need to know now?
No, I'm just saying, like,
spoiler?
no, I'm just saying, like that it's gonna make me continue to read the book. Because I need to know what the fuck happens to this guy. I need to know he gets his ass kicked.
You'll hear at the, closer to the end.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it's not really a story if there's no up and downs, right? Then it's not fun. But it's like, even now, without anything even happening, I'm already like, nah, man, fuck this guy. We're gonna have some fun in the end. We gotta go through some shit, but you know what? It's gonna make us a stronger person, because we're never gonna be able to go through it again once we come out of that. Woo! Why are you over here? Alpha Atticus sits down beside me. I needed some time alone, I'm sorry. Are you kids getting along alright? I hope you find him sufficient enough to call your mate. I'm not sure I'd say that. Oh! See, he has a concerned look on his face. Something tells me he's not surprised by that. Just never thought my life would turn out this way. I know it's not ideal, but making sure your bloodline doesn't die out is righteous. You will have honor in our packs for your selflessness. I'm sure you both will become accustomed to this arrangement in time. Gotten much better than when he was younger. Used to run amok throughout the whole pack. If it was not for my pack desiring this, I would have said no the moment I met him. If I deny him, I would cause calamity to my family. The night fading, the ball finally concludes and the packs go their separate ways. Thankfully, I had a few months till I would be forced to see him again. Jake had his first shift before me. That's where everything changed. Jake changed, and it wasn't for the better. The shift was like a switch that turned off the lights completely. After a while, he was found taking young wolves to his home to sleep with them. The pack didn't care. They said he was blowing off steam. I don't want someone that sleeps around. If I choose a mate, I want to know I'm the only female involved. To be that person's world, not just a fuck toy. Before long, we had word that Jake had taken over as Alpha. He would be the only one to attend my shifting celebration from his pack. It is my responsibility to mate with him, to unite the packs. They called it Kismet. I called it a curse. Our packs are a very tight family. From pack hunts to large family dinners on the weekends, our family doesn't have an alpha. We are all equal in the pack, holding meetings to discuss decisions as a group. Not that we didn't want one, but no one in our pack had ever been born with the ability to have alpha authority. I was once told that alphas have strange abilities, and that only works on their packs or lone wolves. They can't control other packs or other alphas. Before becoming the pack's only pup, in over 20 years, they all treated me as their child. Each of them has taught me the ways of the wolf. Being too young, I have yet to shift, but they have been demonstrating and explaining what to expect during my first shift. In wolf form, we can't exactly speak. We can talk to each other, but it's a language of its own, one that we can hear within our pack. It's almost like telepathy, but with fewer words and more emotions. We call this ability Pack Harmonia, which means unity of the mind. Pack Harmonia is a limit on the distance, however, reaching only the members nearby. Everyone in the pack has beautiful white fur that matches their human form's hair. I can't wait to shift for the first time. I want nothing more than to fully feel my wolf and see my beautiful white fur. Wolves have to wait till their 18th birthday to shift. No one knows exactly why that is, but I think it's because that's when our wolf is mature and done growing. So I have a few months till I can shift. Tonight I plan to meet up with my uncle Ethan. He is taking me on another hunt. Even though I'm not able to shift, I'm able to watch to prepare myself with the process of shifting. Willow, are you ready? Ethan asks from the doorway. One moment. I slip on my hiking boots and run downstairs. We should be back tomorrow morning. I hug my parents goodbye and run out the door. I like the idea of no one knows why. It's like the world is just the way that it is, right? You don't have to explain things. Some things are just the way that they are. We aren't taking the car today, Willow. We're going to walk this time. Ethan hands me a hiking pack. Tonight, I want you to hunt a deer down. You will have to pick up on its scent. Then, once you locate it, you will then instruct me on how to catch it. He smiles and scuffs my hair up readily. Nodding, I accept the challenge and walk to the forest's edge. I inhale deeply to see my instincts can pick up the scent of anything close. However, I smell nothing. Most likely because animals try to avoid the wolf's territory. Taking time to survey the land, I venture further into the forest. I use every sense I have to concentrate, using my hearing, sense of smell, and even the vibrations I can feel from the ground underfoot. Listening intensely, I can hear birds and small animals. Nothing we bother to hunt. Then I notice what I'm looking for. A faraway bird's distress call. Trying not to scare away whatever I'm hunting, I slowly walk to where I see the birds. Smelling the air, I catch the thick musk of a large black bear. My eyes pick up the sound of rustling underbrush. I look over to Ethan as he nods his approval. It's not a deer, but it would do. Coming to a clearing, I see the bear foraging on some salmon berries at the edge of a large meadow. Its fur is dense, ready to keep it warm all winter. Blood-stained teeth and claws show it's made a kill recently. Most likely it's a salmon from the nearby river or a small deer. For my training, I must now instruct Ethan on how to catch this bear without getting hurt. There's always some danger when it comes to a hunt, even when hunting a simple deer. A deer can easily knock an inexperienced wolf in the head or spear it with its antlers. Some of us are larger than most wolves, but if we are to lose our footing, we can quickly end up on the ground. Larger prey needs more than one wolf working together, what we call a pack hunt. Most of the time, there will be one hunt leader whose job is to ensure everyone returns home safely. Sometimes an alpha will be a hunt leader if the assigned leader fails too many hunts. This is my chance to prove that I could help with hunting. Being a lead hunter is the most crucial job a wolf can have. Without a hunting party, most packs end up breaking. Taking my time, I learn everything I can about the bear and that our advantages are. What our advantages are. I study the wind in the meadow, looking for the best plan to bring it down. I finally devise a strategy. I gather it. I gesture for him to walk around to its back, take advantage of the bear eating the snacks. Eating to sneak up on it. Ethan crouches and glides slowly around the meadow, where I tell him to take a stance. Quietly he creeps up on the bear, standing downwind. Ethan is about the same height as the black bear in wolf form. He prepares himself as he watches the bear's every move. A few moments pass by, waiting for the right moment to attack. Even though we are about the same height as the bear, he has more extended. The bear has more extended claws. The timing is right, and timing it right is necessary, or we could get slashed by his powerful paws. Time seemed to stop, waiting for him to make his attack. With a fast leap, Ethan jumps onto the bear's back, sinking his teeth into the back of its spine, paralyzing the bear in seconds. I would be jumping with joy, but we wolves respect life. Sometimes we must take a life, but we don't think of it lightly. This hunt is not for fun. It is to learn and feed family. Great hunt, Willow. We will prepare it and have the feast on your birthday in a week. Ethan says as he hauls the bear over before tying it up. I help Ethan drag the bear out of the forest. It's about 3 a.m. now, and I could use a shower after that hunt. I'm grimy after hiking through the woods for so long, and sticky from the drying blood of the bear and the stains my hands. My family would be proud knowing I succeeded in my first guided hunt. Felt my smile reaching ear to ear. Being wolves, most packs hunt for their own meat. We don't usually buy food in a store like humans do. They will hunt 2 or 3 times a week as a pack, depending on what they catch. An elk and moose can last us for about a week, and then it's time to hunt again soon after. This bear would last about a day or two. Hunting for the packs is always perceived with great honor. We put a lot of energy into ensuring the pack can eat. Finally reaching home, we load the bear up in the truck to take our pack butcher for processing. I knew you could do it, Willow. My dad meets me on the porch and gives me a tight hug. Thanks, Ethan said we can have the feast for my birthday. I smile and point at my cheek to start the hunt. My cheeks start to hurt. Sounds good, my dear. We will have it then. He walks me inside, where I meet my mother for a second tight hug. A few days later, I woke up with a restful sleep. The day of my first shift, I woke up to find my family gathered in our yard. I began getting ready for the large feast. We'll celebrate our first shift as much as one's mating ceremony. Our mating ceremony celebrates the joining of 2 wolves becoming one, much like a human wedding. My mother picks out a beautiful white dress and a floral headpiece to go with it. Going down to my mother's room, she helps me get ready. The shifting celebration starts with a gathering of the pack. We eat, and then after the pack will shift with me in the center of them in human form. Once undressed, the pack will howl in unison, calling to my inner wolf. That's when my wolf will take form. We are all peckish from waiting for the food to be brought out. The bear is cooked perfectly and seasoned just right. The smell is just as good as it is sapid. We have potatoes, salads, and different finger foods for the sides. We eat until we are stuffed. We relax for a while, chatting while others before my shift. Willow, it's time, my mother gathers the pack around me. She is the first to shift. Be right back. Alright, sounds good. Pack follows and shifts at my feet one by one. Jake is standing in front of me, staring like I'm his next meal. Once I shift, our courtship will unite the pack. That's one thing that I'm not ready for. I want to mate with someone I love, and this is not love. Like a beautiful melody, the pack howls, waken the wolf. Wolf inside me, ready to meet my wolf. I can feel her trying to gain control. My vision flashes in many colors as I allow her to shift. It only takes a few moments, and I'm on all fours, my hands morphed into paws as I claw at the forest floor. Glancing down, my heart breaks. I wanted to see my beautiful white fur, only to be disappointed. My fur is black. The pack stops. Their howls now become snarls. My parents jump in between me and them, shifting back to human form. What is this, brother? Ethan yells at my father. What is she? Why doesn't she have white fur? She's not a lunar wolf. Is this a joke? You expect me to accept a mutt like her? Jake yells out from the group. My thoughts come flooding in. I don't want him as a mate, but the rejection hurts. Feels like my soul is being ripped apart. She's still a lunar wolf, my mother barks at him. I'm to make a mate with a white wolf. Uniting the pack isn't going to happen with her. Willow, wait! My mom tries to stop me. Pushing my way through my parents, I run to my room. Shifting, I lock it behind me. How can this be? How can my fur be black? Why isn't it white like my pack's? I sit sobbing at my bed. My pack didn't accept me, and my chosen mate rejected me. They see me as impure. I hear my mom knocking on the door. Dear, it will be okay. They just need time. She tries to reassure me. Leave me alone. I'm a freak. They don't want me. Covering my head with a pillow, I scream into it. Within minutes, I manage to cry myself to sleep. Will this nightmare end, and will they accept me with time? A week has gone by, and Jake hasn't returned. Our pack is on edge. The pack to the west now sees us as an enemy. Thanks to me, they feel we lied to them, that we tried to trick them. The pack hunt is planned for tonight. The pack always meets at the community hall to discuss where they would go first. Ethan has been the lead hunter for some time now. About 5 wolves hunt at a time, all picked by the lead. I've never been to the pack hunt meetings before. I walk in not knowing what to expect. Thankfully, they don't notice me when I come in. I stand in the back of the room listening to what Ethan has to say. A storm is coming into the area, so the pack needs to be mindful of where they are going, with a lot of rain. Fuck! Alright, I take a piss. I'll be right back. Back, also warning, remember, there are sexual parts in the book. True. No worries. We love smut here. We all about that. Pack hunt is planned. Oh, we already read that. I've never been in pack hunt meetings before. I walk in, not knowing what to expect. Thankfully, they don't notice me when I come in. I stand in the back of the room, listening to what Ethan is to say. Storm is coming to the area, so the pack needs to be mindful of where they are going. A lot of rain. We try to stay away from the rivers and creeks. The time comes when the wolves are chosen for the hunt. I walk up when Ethan asks those who want to join to step forward. Some wolves are quiet, while others growl. "She's not coming, she will ruin the hunt," one pack member yells out. "Yeah, she's not one of us, her fur isn't even white," another calls out. "Don't worry, I'm not allowing her to join. This is for pack mates only," Ethan replies, giving me a dirty look. Upset, I run out the doors of the community hall, taking to my fur. I let my wolf guide me, running as fast as I can manage. I come across a group of trees in a meadow. This is the same meadow Ethan took me to during my training. Storm begins, picking up speed. Rain and hail falls sideways from the strong winds overhead. My wolf perks up, catching the scent of an animal somewhere close. Following the scent, I find a large elk bull. He's young and has just started getting his antlers covered in soft velvet. I watch the elk graze in the meadow. With a loud crack, lightning opens up over us, lighting up the skies, illuminating the fall leaves in the forest under me. The elk picks up its head, and with another crack, the elk spooks, running full speed at me. I had two choices: jump to the side out of harm's way, or take it down, alone. Frustrated about not being allowed to hunt with the pack, I chose the option that would allow me to sink my teeth into something. Waiting until the elk was close enough, I crouched down, waiting for her to pass me. Its hooves land almost on my snout. Giving my wolf complete control, she leaps the second the last hoof passes my face, landing with claws digging into its back. I use my back legs to push me forward and latch my teeth into its neck. It only takes moments, and the large elk is lifeless under me. Taking the elk by its shoulders, I drag the animal back to the pack. It takes me about an hour before I reach the outskirts of our village. Getting closer, I hear the commotion in the hall. I listen to them arguing. "It's your fault we didn't get anything. You missed your attack," someone yells. "What are you gonna do? Half our hunting party is hurt. They can't hunt in their condition," another said. "We'll have to make a new party while this one heals," someone replied. Someone also said that the other wolves aren't strong enough to hunt. Everyone must heal independently because we don't have any alphas in our pack. Only alphas can heal others. Part of me wants to let them deal with this issue themselves, but my parents raised me better than that. Even if the pack rejects me, I won't reject them. Putting my feelings aside, I grab the elk and drag it into the hall. Heads turn when they smell fresh blood. Their mouths drop open when they see how large of a kill I drag in. "How did you catch that just by yourself?" Ethan asks. "I did." I walk out of the hall, not wanting to answer anything else. I stay in my fur till I get home, shifting once I reach the driveway. My parents are in the kitchen when I walk in. "Willow, why do you have blood on your face?" my father asks. "Pack wouldn't let me hunt with them, so I went alone. I returned a large elk to them since they failed to hunt today." My father looks at me with a soft smile, showing that he's proud of me. Damn. Well, that's definitely straight off the bat. It gives you everything. I love that. It's like unapologetically explain. It's like, oh, you don't need to know. You don't need to explain. No one really knows. Oh, it doesn't really matter. With like the details that don't matter to the character, right? Because she's like focusing on something very, very specific. And her having black fur is super like, wait, what the fuck? She's an albino? And that like fixation on it, I think, is really powerful too. So I think that was a really, really good chapter 1. Again, I want to know what the fuck happens to that Jake. To Jake, that bastard. And the fact that he rejected her, I'm like, he doesn't know what he's missing out on, right?
Are you gonna read more of it?
Probably not. I'm just gonna read one chapter.
Make sure you read it later, cause yeah, your thoughts on him are going to skyrocket. Let's just say that.
For sure. I definitely have a feeling. It's gonna take a while, right? Like, to me, it's like it's gonna be like watching The Lovely Bones, and you're just like, oh my god, just like talking to the dad, just being like, just fucking kill the dude. Just I know you don't know and you can't prove it, but like, fuck, man, just kill the dude. If only, right? But it's like sometimes justice is not served by us.
Let me know when you read another chapter. So I want to know what you think with the next one's coming up, all the way to like 4-ish, like chapter 4.
Yeah.
Kind of
she's doing her own thing until it's like whatever happens to solidify her, you know, getting accepted by him. I don't know, because at first it's like, oh, there's not going to be any conflict here, and then it's like, oh my god, she's black. Okay, well, this is very interesting. How is this going to play into it, right? And I really like that. Because at first I was just thinking that, okay, you know, this is just going to be the introduction of them getting married, and then him, like, the chapter's basically going to end with, like, probably him standing over her being like, all right, it's fucking time. Take off your clothes, bitch. But
it's a slow burn.
I definitely like the fact that there's more to it than that. That there is a reason why she's special, right? Or it could be a reason why she's special.
There's a long list.
All right, 3, 2, 1,
got
toe.
Audio, I think. By the way, cross fingers. I like this one. I don't like the music to the back of it, but the rest of it was good. And I just
all right, let's bring it up. Let's hear it. No, that's not what I wanted, but oh well, that works, I guess.
I'll do the. Let's see. Still loading its stuff. I haven't put it into that program yet, because I separate all the audios, but I could show you what it sounds like beforehand once it's actually detects its stuff. Let's see. This one only has 2. This has got all of them. There's like some weird clapping in it. Again, the background I don't like.
Okay.
But the words, like the singing portion, I like. So I'll probably use this and put it onto the other one. If I could make sure that it doesn't have any bleed through from the other audio shit, because yeah, I'm hoping not. Let me change my screen real fast so you could see it. Okay. Let me just play it from here. All right, you on it?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, no, that is the wrong one. Uh-oh, hold on. No, that means I just wasted my credit for that. I'll just show it from here. Oh. Nope, it wasn't that one. It was this one.
a glimpse of what's to come. Unspoken truths hidden beneath the mask, black as midnight, a fur betrays. Shadowy embrace, whisper of death, an outcast, weak and afraid. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate.
Yeah, that definitely hits harder.
Shackled by a mate with an iron hold, a mating bond sealed by disdain.
Yeah.
A heart that slows a lethal turn for one soul.
Yeah, this is the background music for her trailer for the promotion for the book.
Ash in his soul, a killer by design. He sees control, a howl of pain.
I feel it. Yeah.
Shadowy embrace, whisper of death, an outcast, weak and afraid. She walks alone, a wolf cursed by fate.
Yeah, 100%. That just...
His betrayal
There's something about it.
deep, a wound with no end, a price that's paid when the last breath fades. The shadows of the night taking hold within, a battle cry echoes, death's song calls to those who hear.
I like fancy. Yeah.
Eyes of deep blue reflect despair, a brutal reminder, carved so deep. With the fire inside the
Will you critique my ex profile tonight? No, I will not do that, Blessed.
lives a broken soul.
I won't enable you.
She'll find her name. A wolf that no longer walks alone, claims her rightful place.
Enable me for what? Enable you for being addicted to social media and thinking that it's important that your profile is in some way critiqued. Why do you care about your fucking Twitter profile? That's my question. Like,
Yeah,
that's...
I think that one, that's the winner for the vocals at least.
Yeah,
I didn't
definitely.
like there was like some weird clapping going on in the background. I hope that's not attached to the voice, but otherwise that
Why
was
do you care about writing? I care about writing because I like to express myself, and I think writing is the easiest and best, like, individual way to express yourself, right?
You mean I
Like,
could just go around saying writing FU to everybody, right?
yeah,
Right? So I
true.
express myself, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I just mean, like, it doesn't, like, your writing doesn't have to be good to get an idea on the page, right? Your drawing and your art kind of has to be a little bit good in order for you to, like, get the essence on the page, right? And then any kind of other medium, it's like other than like drawing or writing, is like, well, you require other people, you require other skills, you require all this other stuff. But like speaking, you should just already be able to do that. So it's like everyone just has this innate ability to use the expression of words to explain things. It's like you've been doing it your entire life, so I just feel like it's one of those things that's super easy to get a hold of. I'm not addicted to social media. I'm using it for business. Oh, what are you using it for business for? What business do you have, Blessed?
I have one for my book, my author page. I don't really use that. I do more on Facebook, anything, Facebook and YouTube. But
Yeah, I'm really bad with promoting.
I haven't really done much, to be honest. I've done a couple little videos. I think I showed you the videos already, the original ones.
I just talk to people
That's
about
why
my
I made
book.
this.
But
I do sometimes.
Like online, like I don't go out of my way to do it. If it happens to come up in a normal conversation, right?
See, normally people just ask what I'm doing, and I'm like, I'm writing. And they're like, what are you writing? And then it just is like,
Evolves
here,
into something else, right?
this
Yeah.
is what I'm writing. Take it.
I'm usually trying to steer away from that because I'm like, oh my god, it's too far over your head. And it's like, I use it as like a bait, right? I'm like, no! It reminds me of, you know, the, fucking, what's it called? The cereal. The fucking cereal. Like Honey Oats or whatever. And it's like the old guy, and he's like, yeah, it's really good, but you wouldn't like it. Honey Bunch of Oats? Is that what it is? I don't know, anyways. I always remember that. It's like the reverse psychology of being like, yeah, you might like it, but it's for me. You don't want it.
I don't watch TV, so I don't get it.
Oh, I mean, this is from like 2008, 2009.
I was gonna say, the last time I seen a cereal commercial was when I was like probably like 13, 14 maybe.
Yeah.
Goddamn, that was long ago.
20 fucking years. Don't say it out loud, it'll make it real!
How old are you?
34.
Older than you? 34. Good. I was only 30.
I'm an old man. I'm an old man! Oh.
My body feels a lot older though.
Yeah. I miss the Nut and Honey commercials.
The only ones I really remember is the Cinnamon Toast Crunch of them like eating each other.
Cannibalism, yep.
Yeah. Those ones are still around. I still see those.
Nice.
I'll get like an advertisement on my Facebook or something for it. And watch, now I'm gonna get it because, you know, things are listening to us talking and
Yeah, we were like,
get all the commercials.
good
Go
old
away.
Lucky Charms. Not sure how to take your non-response.
Did you send him the link?
Yeah, Blessed, you never sent me a link. I'm like sitting here waiting for you to send me a link, and you're not, and I'm like, well, okay. I guess I'm just gonna move on then. This happens all the time.
He was waiting for the okay for you to slide into his DMs.
Yes, obviously I want the link. People are so shy about posting links, bro. Just fucking spam that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Well, most have like auto mod on and it'll just auto ban you, so.
Well, I mean, he should clearly know that I don't have that because he sent links in here before.
It's a courtesy thing.
He should know I don't have any courtesy. Blessed's been here long enough. Guidance to his way. Oh god, I'm already out. I'm already out. Transforming Lives, founder. 200-pound loss. Recomposition and coaching to help you achieve your dreams. Ask the question, are links allowed? And then once you know you're golden, don't ask again. I just, people are always like asking questions instead of just doing stuff, right? Like, just do stuff. Unless you're like new here, then it's understandable. But man, if you've been here long enough, I swear I've said it a million times. Alright, but anyways, okay. So now, We move on to The Great Hunt. Book 2. The Wheel of Time.
That many books all in one setting. I'm gonna mute myself while I do this stuff, so.
Sounds good. Alright, Chapter 8. Thanks for checking it out. No worries. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good, blessed. You know? It's a come to Jesus moment, right? I can't remember if I shared Mo Booty, Mo Problems, or Bimbo number 5. I shared one of them. I don't remember any of that, Sean. You'd think I would with Booty in the name and Bimbo. Chapter 8, The Dragon Reborn. Rand walked stiff-legged and nervous at first, beside the warder. Face it on your feet. It was easy for Rand to say. He had not been summoned by the Amerlin's seat. He was not wondering if he would be gentle before the day was done, or worse. Rand felt as if he had something caught in his throat, could not swallow, and he wanted to badly. Corridors bustled with people. Servants going about their morning chores, warriors wearing swords over lounging robes. Few young boys carried small practice swords, staying near their elders, imitating the way they walked. No sign remained of the fighting, but an air of alertness clung even to the children. Grown men looked like cats waiting for the pack of rats. What is this, Sean? It's an oldie, but still gold.
Chicks, what I do best. GOP, really mad cause I'm flagrant. Had sex in every room here but the basement. My shrine supreme stays clean. A poon hound's miracle dream. I be that. Got so much that my unit's bent. Support from the pollsters, girls on my shoulders. Playboy, I told ya. Never met a girl I could do too much. I'm a big sex nut. Step on the stage, they never nail my butt. Speaking of butt, guess what I'm having for lunch?
Could put Trump's face here.
A load of crap. If I dead, ain't no problem. I know where my love Janarino's at. Throw your legs in the sky, waving side to side. A real nice guy who would never tell a lie. Baby, please, on my knees, follow these. BIL is a rustler. Put me on the cover of Hustler. I prefer double D's. Give me one in each hand. Hey, you know, it doesn't blow. That your wife doesn't miss it. If you have another girl, kiss it. Don't want to hear about my ding dong. As long as I keep the economy strong.
Yeah, I know we did something about Trump. I have to look into it now. I don't know if he's even still on the air, though. Who knows? But thanks for sharing, Sean. Untar gave Rand and Lan a peculiar look, almost troubled, opening his mouth and saying nothing as they passed him. Jin, tall and lean and sallow, pumped his fists over his head and shouted, Taishar Malkir! Taishar Malkir! Manathiran! True blood of Malkir, true blood of Manathiran. Rand jumped. Light. Why did he say that? Don't be a fool, he told himself. They all know about Manathiran here. They know every old story. If it is fighting in them. Burn me. I have to take a rein on myself. Lan raised his fists in reply. Taishar Shinar! If he made a run for it, could he lose himself in the crowd long enough to reach his horse? She sends trackers after me. Every step he grew more tense. As they approach the women's apartments, Lan suddenly snapped. Cat crosses the courtyard. Startled, Rand instinctively assumed the walking stance as he had been taught. Back, straight, but every muscle loose, as if hung from a wire at the top of his head. It was a relaxed, almost arrogant saunter. Relaxed on the outside. He certainly did not feel it inside. He had no time to wonder what he was doing. They rounded the last corridor in step with each other. Hey, Citation in chat. Yo, what's up, Ebola? How's it going? What you doing? What you at? What you up to? We just reading some good old Great Hunt. Just started chapter 8. What have you been doing today? What are you up to? The women in the at the entrance of the women's apartments looked up calmly as they came closer. Some sat behind slab tables, checking large ledgers and sometimes making an entry. Others were knitting or working with a needle and embroidery loop. Ladies in silks kept this watch, as well as women in livery. The arched doors stood open, unguarded except for the women. No more was needed. No Shinar man would enter uninvited, but any Shinaran man stood ready to defend that door if needed. He would be aghast if he needed. Struggling to wake up at 7 a.m.? Damn, that sucks, Ebola. Yeah, I know what it's like to wake up early in the morning. Tomorrow is Monday, though, and Mondays are my lazy day, but I gotta go buy weed tomorrow, so it's like, fuck. There's always something, right? There's always something. Rand's stomach churned, harsh and acid. They'll take one look at our swords and turn us away. Well, that's what I want, isn't it? If they turn us back, maybe I can still get away. If they don't call the guards down on us. Clung to the stance Lan had given him, and he would have to a floating branch. Would have to a floating branch in a flood. Holding it was the only thing that kept him from turning tail and running. I wake up at 6 a.m. when my alarm went off. I turned it off and I instantly went back to sleep. You know what's funny? I was like, oh fuck, we're in ads. We're back again. Sounds good. I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot. Oh, right. I was gonna say, I woke up from my nap, and I was fucking tired as shit. And I was like, you know what? I haven't been feeling very well the last couple of days. Maybe I should just, like, take a break and not stream today. Then I slapped myself in the face. I said, stop being a little fucking bitch, and I pressed the go live button. And here we are. One of the Lady Amelise's attendants, Nashura, a round-faced woman, put aside her embroidery and stood as they came to a stop. Her eyes flickered across their swords, and her mouth tightened, when she did not mention them. All the women stopped what they were doing to watch, silent and intent. "Honor to you both," Nashura said, bowing her head slightly. She glanced at Rand. So quickly, he was almost not sure he had seen it. It reminded him of what Perrin had said. "The Amerlin seat awaits you." She motioned, and two other ladies, not servants, they were being honored, stepped forward to escorts. The women bowed a hair more than Nasura had, and motioned them through the archway. They both gave Rand a sidelong glance, and did not look at him again. Were they looking for all of us, or just me? Why all of us? Inside, they got the looks Rand expected. Two men in the women's apartment, where men were rare, and their swords caused more than one raised eyebrow. But none of the women spoke. The two men left knots of conversation in their path, soft murmurs too low for Rand to make out. Land strode along as if he did not even notice. Rand kept pace behind their escorts and wished he could hear. And then they reached the Amerlin Seat's chambers, with 3 Aes Sedai in the hall outside the door. The tall Aes Sedai, Leanne, her golden-flamed staff. Rand did not know the other two. One of the white jaw and yellow by their fringe. He remembered their faces, though, staring at him as they had run through those same halls. Smooth Aes Sedai faces with knowing eyes. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. They studied him with arched eyebrows and pursed lips. Women who had brought Lan and Rand curtsied, handed them over to Aes Sedai. Leanne looked Rand over with a slight smile. Despite the smile, her voice had a snap to it. "What have you brought the Amerlin Seat today, Lan Gaiden, little young lion? Better you don't let any Greens see this one, or one of them will bond him before he can take a breath. Greens like to bond them young." Rand wondered if it was really possible to sweat inside your skin. Felt as if he was. He wanted to look at Lan, but he remembered this part of the warder's instructions. "I am Rand al'Thor, son of Tam al'Thor, of the Two Rivers, which once was Manathirin. As I have been summoned by the Amerlin Seat, Leanne Sedai, so do I come. I stand ready." He was surprised that his voice did not shake once. Leanne blinked, and her smile faded in a thoughtful look. "This is supposed to be a shepherd, Lan Gaiden. Why was he not he was not so sure of himself this morning." "He's a man, Leanne Sedai," Lan said firmly. "No more and no less. We are what we are. True, we step up when we have to." Aes Sedai shook her head. "The world grows stranger every day. I suppose a blacksmith will wear the crown and speak in high chant. Wait here." She vanished inside the announcement to announce them. She was only gone a few moments, but Rand was uncomfortably aware of the eyes of the remaining Aes Sedai. He tried to return their gaze levelly, the way Lan had told him to, and they put their heads together, whispering, "What are they saying? What do they know? Light. What are they going to gentle me?" Was that what Lan meant about facing whatever comes? Leanne returned, motioning Rand to go in. When Lan started to follow, she thrust her staff across his chest, stopping him. "Now, not you, Lan Gaiden. Moiraine Sedai has a task for you. Your lion cub will be safe enough by himself." The door swung shut behind Rand, but not before he heard Lan's voice, fierce and strong, but low for his ear alone. "Tai Shar Manathirin." Moiraine sat on one side of the room, and one of the brown Aes Sedai he had seen in the dungeon sat at the other. It was the woman in the tall chair behind the wide table who held his eyes. The curtains had been partially drawn over the arrow slits, but the gaps left enough light behind her to make her face hard to see clearly. He still recognized her, though, the Amerlin Seat. Quickly, he dropped to one knee, left hand on sword hilt, right fist pressed the patterned rug, and bowed his head. As you have been summoned to me, mother, so have I come. I stand ready. He lifted his head in time to see her eyebrows rise. Do you now, boy? She sounded almost amused, and something else he could not make out. She certainly did not look amused. Stand up, boy, and let me have a look at you. He straightened and tried to keep his face relaxed. It was an effort not to clench his hands. 3 Aes Sedai. How many does it take to gentle a man? He sent a dozen or more after Logain. Why would Moiraine do that to him? He met the Amarylline Seat's eye to eye. She did not blink. Sit, boy, she said finally, gesturing to a leatherback chair that had been pulled around squarely in front of the table. This will not be short, I fear. Thank you, mother. He bowed his head, then, as Lan had told him, glanced at the chair and touched his sword. By your leave, mother, I will stand. The watch is not done. The Amarylline Seat made an exasperated sound and looked at Moiraine. Have you let Lan at him, daughter? This will be difficult enough without him picking up waterways. Lan has been teaching all the boys, mother, Moiraine replied calmly. He has spent a little more time with this one than the others because he carries a sword. A little more time with this one. The brown Aes Sedai shifted on her in her chair. The Gaiden are stiff-necked and proud, mother, but useful. I will not be without Thomas, as you would not lose Alric. I have even heard a few Reds say that sometimes wish for a warder, and the Greens, of course. For Aes Sedai were all ignoring him now. The sword, the Amarylline Seat said. It appears to be a Heronmark blade. How did he come by that, Moiraine? Tam al'Thor left the 2 Rivers as a boy, mother. He joined the army of Ilion and served in the White Cloak War and the last 2 wars with Tyr. In the time, he rose to be a blade master at the 2nd captain of the companionship. After the Ale War, Tam al'Thor returned to the 2 Rivers with a wife from Caemlyn and an infant boy. It would have saved much, but had I known this earlier, but I know it now. Rand stared at Moiraine. He knew Tam had left the 2 Rivers and come back with an Outlander wife and the sword, but the rest? Where did you learn all that? Not in Edmund's Field, unless Nynaeve told you more than she's ever told me, an infant boy. She doesn't say his son, but I am. Against Tyr, the Amarylline Seat frowned slightly. Well, there was blame enough on both sides in those wars. Fool men would have rather fight than talk. Can you tell if the blade is authentic, Varen? There are tests, mother. Then take it and test it, daughter. 3 women were not even looking at him. Rand stepped back, gripping the hilt hard. My father gave this sword to me, he said angrily. Nobody is taking it from me. It was only then that he realized Varen had not moved from her chair. She looked at them in confusion, trying to recover his equilibrium. So, the Amarylline Seat said, you have some fire in you, besides whatever Lan put in. Good. You will need it. I am what I am, mother, he managed smoothly enough. I stand ready for what comes. The Amarylline Seat grimaced. Lan has been at you. Listen to me, boy. In a few hours, Ingtar will leave to find the stolen horn. Your friend Matt will go with him. I expect that your other friend, Perrin, will go also. Do you wish to accompany them? Matt and Perrin are going. Why? Belatedly, he remembered to address her respectfully. Mother. You know of the dagger your friend carried? A twist of her mouth showed what she thought the dagger. That was taken too. Unless it is found, the link between him and the blade cannot be broken completely, and he will die. You can ride with them if you want, or you can stay here. No doubt Lord Egilmar will let you remain as a guest as long as you wish. I will be leaving today as well. Moiraine Sedai will accompany me, and so will Egwene and Nynaeve, so you will stay alone if you stay. The choice is yours. Rand stared at her. She's saying I can go as I want. Is that what she brought me here for? Matt is dying. He glanced at Moiraine, sitting impassively with her hands folded in her lap. She looked as if nothing in the world could concern her less than than where he went. Which way are you trying to push me, Aes Sedai? Burn me! But I'll go another. But if Matt's dying, I can't abandon him. Light, how are we going to find that dagger? You do not have to make the choice now, the Amarylline said. She did not seem to care either. But you will have to choose before Ingtar leaves. I will ride with Ingtar, mother. The Amberlin seat nodded absently. Now that is dealt with, we can move on to important matters. I know you can channel, boy. What do you know? Rand's mouth fell open. Caught up in worrying about mad or casual words hit him like a swinging barn door. All of Land's advice and instructions went spinning. He stared at her, licking his lips. It was one thing that she knew, entirely another to find out that she really did. Sweat finally seeped into his forehead. She leaned forward in her seat, waiting for his answer, but he had feelings she wanted to lean back. He remembered what Lan had said. She's afraid of you. He wanted to laugh. If she was afraid of him. No, I can't. I mean, I don't do it on purpose. It just happened. I don't want to channel the power. I won't ever do it again, I swear. You don't want to, the Amberlin said. Well, that's wise of you, and foolish too. Some can be taught to channel, most cannot. A few, though, have the seed in them at birth. Sooner or later, they wield the one power whether they want to or not. As surely as roe makes fish, you will continue to channel, boy. You can't help it. And you know better than to learn to channel. Learn to control it, or you will not live long enough to go mad. The one power kills those who cannot control its flow. How am I supposed to learn? He demanded. Moiraine and Varen just sat there, unruffled, watching him like spiders. How? Moiraine claims. She can't teach me anything, and I don't know how to learn or what. I don't want anyone anyway. I want to stop. Can't you understand that? To stop. Told you the truth, Rand, Moiraine said. She sounded as if she were having a pleasant conversation. Those who could teach you the male Aes Sedai are 3,000 years dead. No Aes Sedai living can teach you to touch Saidin any more than you could learn to touch Saidar. A bird cannot teach a fish to fly, nor a fish teach a bird to swim. I've always thought that was a bad saying, Varen said suddenly. There are birds that dive and swim, and the Sea of Storms are fish that fly, with long fins that stretch out as wide as your outstretched arms, and beaks like swords that can pierce. The words trailed off as she became flustered. Moiraine and the Amberlin seat were staring at her without expression. Rand took the interpretation to try to regain some control of himself, as Tam had taught him long ago. Formed a single flame in his mind and fanned his fears into it, seeking emptiness and stillness in the void. Flame seemed to grow until it enveloped everything, until it was too large to contain or imagine any longer. With that, it was gone. To contain or imagine any with that, it was gone, leaving in its place a sense of peace. At its edges, emotions still flickered, fear and anger like black blotches, but the void held. Thought skimmed across its surface like pebbles across ice. The Aes Sedai attention was only off him for a moment, but when they turned back, his face was calm. Why are you talking to me like this, Mother? He asked. You should be gentling me. The Amberlin seat frowned and turned to Moiraine. Did Lan teach him this? No, Mother. He had heard it from Tam Althor. Why? Rand demanded again. The Amberlin seat looked him straight in the eye and said, Because you are the Dragon Reborn. Oh, shit! The void rocked. The world rocked. Everything seemed to spin around him. He concentrated on nothing, and the emptiness returned. The world steadied. No, Mother, I can channel. The light helped me, but I'm not Rowland Darksbane or Gwir Amelassin or Urian Stonebow. You could gentle me or kill me or let me go. I will not be the tame false dragon in Tarvalon, on a Tarvalon leash. He heard Varen gasp and the Amberlin's eyes widen, a gaze as hard as blue rock. It did not affect him. It slid to the void within him. Where did you hear those names? The Amberlin demanded. Who told you Tarvalon puts the lines on any false dragon? A friend, Mother, he said. A gleeman. His name was Thom Merrilin. He's dead now. Moiraine made a sound, and he glanced at her. She claimed Thom was not dead, but she had never offered any proof, and he could not see how any man could survive grappling hand-to-hand with a Fade. The thought was extraneous, and it faded away. There was only the void and the oneness now. You are not a false dragon, the Amerlin said firmly. You are the dragon reborn. I'm a shepherd from the two rivers, mother. Daughter, tell him the story. A true story. Boy, listen well. Boy Rain began speaking. Rand kept his eyes on the Amerlin's face, but he heard. Nearly 20 years ago, the Ale crossed the spine of the world, the Dragon Wall. The only time they have ever done so. They ravaged through Cairheim, destroyed every army sent against them, burned the city of Cairn itself, and fought all the way to Tarvalon. It was winter and snowing, but cold or heat mean little to an Ale. Final battle. The last that counted was fought outside the shining walls in the shadow of Dragon Mount. In 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the Ale returned back, or rather they turned back, for they had done what they came to do, which was to kill King Laman of Cairheim for his sin against the tree. It is then that my story begins, and yours. They came over the Dragon Wall like a flood, all the way to the shining walls. Rand waited for the memories to fade, but it was Tam's voice he heard, Tam sick and raving, pulling up secrets from his past. The voice clung outside the void, clamoring to get in. I was one of the accepted then, Moiraine said, as was our mother, the Amerlin seat. We were soon to be raised to sisterhood, and that night we stood attendance on the then Amerlin, the keeper of the chronicles. Gitara Moroso was there. Every other full sister in Tarvalon was out healing as many wounded as she could find, even the Reds. It was dawn. The fire on the hearth could not keep the cold out. The snow had stopped, and the Amerlin's chambers in the White Tower could smell the smoke of outlying villages burning in the fighting. Battles are always hot, even in the snow. Had to get away from the stink of death. Ham's delirious voice clawed at the empty calm inside Rand. The void trembled and shrank, steadied, then wavered again. The Amerlin's eyes bored at him. He felt sweat on his face again. It was all a fever dream, he said. He was sick. He raised his voice. My name is Rand al'Thor. I'm a shepherd. My father is Tam al'Thor. My mother was... Moiraine had paused for him. But now her unchanging voice cut him off, soft and relentless. The Carathon cycle, the prophecies of the dragon, says that the dragon will be reborn on the slopes of Dragon Mount, where he died during the breaking of the world. Gitara Sedai had the foretelling sometimes. She was old, her hair as white as the snow outside, but when she had the foretelling, it was strong. The morning light through the windows was strengthened as I handed her a cup of tea. The Amerlin's seat asked me what news there was from the field of battle, and Gitara Sedai started up out of her chair, her arms and legs rigid, trembling her face as if she looked at the pit of doom in Shalgal, and she cried out, He is born again! I feel him! The dragon takes his first breath on the slope of Dragon Mount! He is coming! He is coming! Light help us! Help us! Light help the world! He lies in the snow and cries like the thunder! He burns like the sun! And she fell forward into my arms, dead. Slope of the mountains, heard a baby cry, give birth there alone before she died, child blue with the cold. Rand tried to force Tam's voice away. The voice grew smaller, a fever dream, he gasped. I couldn't leave the child. I was born in the two rivers. Always knew you wanted children, Kari. Pulled his eyes away from the Amerlin's gaze, tried to force the void to hold. He knew that was not the way, but it was collapsing in him. Yes, lass, Rand is a good name. I am Rand al'Thor. His legs trembled. And so we knew the dragon was reborn, Moiraine went on. The Amerlin swore to us to secrecy. We too, for she knew not all the sisters would see the rebirth as it must be seen. She set us to searching. There were many fatherless children after that battle, too many. But we found a story that one man had found an infant in the mountain. That was all. A man and an infant boy. So we searched on. For years we searched, finding other clues, poring over. Guys! Ebolia! Guys! What's up, Callie? Poring over the prophecies. He will be of the ancient blood and raised by the old blood. That was one. There were others, but there are many places where the old blood descended from the age of legends remains strong. There, in the two rivers, where the old blood of Manetheren seethes still like a river in flood, is Edmund's Field. Found 3 boys whose name days were within weeks of the Battle of Dragonmount, and one of them can channel. Did you think Trollocs came after you because you were Ta'Veren? You are the Dragon Reborn. Are you guys on my Substack? Am I allowed to advertise? Yes, of course you are, Callie. Absolutely you are, Callie. Rand's knees gave way. He dropped to a squat, hands slapping the rug to catch himself from falling on his face. The void was gone. The stillness shattered. He raised his head, and they were looking at him, the 3 Aes Sedai. Their faces were sincere, smooth, and unruffled pawns, but their eyes did not blink. My father is Tam Althor, and I was born. He stared at him, unmoving. They're lying. I'm not what they say. Some way, somehow, they're lying, trying to use me. I will not be used by you. An anchor is not deemed by being used to hold a boat. Demeaned, the Amerlin said. You were made for a purpose, Randall Thor. When the winds of Tamangaden scour the earth, he will face the shadow and bring forth light against the world. Prophecies must be fulfilled, or the Dark One will break free and remake the world in his image. The last battle is coming, and you were born to unite mankind and lead them against the Dark One. Baalzamon is dead, Rand said hoarsely, and the Amerlin snorted like its stable hand. If you believe that, you are as much a fool as the Domani. Many there believe he is dead, or say they do, but I notice there still won't risk naming him. The Dark One lives, and he is breaking free. You will face the Dark One. It is your destiny. It is your destiny. He had heard that before, in a dream that had maybe not been entirely a dream. He wondered what the Amerlin would say if he knew Baalzamon had spoken to him in dreams. That's done with. Baalzamon is dead. I saw him die. Suddenly, it came to him that he was crouching like a toad, huddling under their eyes. Tried to form the void again, but voices whirled through his head, sweeping away every effort. It's in your destiny, babe, lying in the snow. You are a dragon reborn. Baalzamon is dead. Rand is a good name. Kari, I will have to be used, drawing on his own native stubbornness, forced himself back upright. Face it on your feet. You can keep your pride at least. 3 Aes Sedai watched with no expression. What? With an effort of steadying his voice. What are you going to do to me? Nothing, the Amerlin said, and he blinked. It was not the answer he'd expected, the one he had feared. You say you want to accompany your friend with Ingtar? And you may? I have not marked you out in any way. Some of the sisters may only know you are Ta'Veren, but no more. Only we 3 know what you truly are. Your friend Perrin will be brought to me as you were, and I will visit your other friend in the infirmary. You may go as you will, without fear that we will set the Red Sisters on you. Who you truly are. Anger flared up in him, hot and corrosive, forced it to stay inside, hidden. Why? Prophecies must be fulfilled. We let you walk free, knowing that you are, because otherwise the world we know will die, and the Dark One will cover the earth with death and fire. Mark me. Not all Aes Sedai feel the same. There are some here in Faldara who would strike you down if they knew a tenth of what you are. They feel no more remorse than gutting a fish. But then, there are men who no doubt laughed with you, who would be the same if they knew. Have a care, Randall Thor, Dragon Reborn. He looked at each of them in turn. Your prophecies are no part of me. They returned his gaze so calmly it was hard to believe that they were trying to convince him that he was the most hated, most feared man in the history of the world. He had gone right through fear and come out the other side. In some place cold. Anger was all that kept him warm. They could gentle him or burn him to a crisp where he stood, and he no longer cared. A part of Land's instructions came back to him. Left hand on the hilt, he twisted the sword behind him, catching the scabbard to his right, then bowed arm straight. By your leave, Mother, may I depart this place? I give you leave you to go, my son. Straightening, he stood there a moment longer. I will not be used, he told them. There was a long silence as he turned and left. The silence stretched on in the room after Rand left until it was broken by a long breath from the Amyrlin. I cannot make myself like what we just did. It was necessary, but did it work, daughters? Moiraine shook her head, just the slightest movement. I don't know, but it was necessary. And is necessary, Vern agreed. She touched her forehead, then peered at the dampness on her fingers. He is strong and as stubborn as you said, Moiraine. Much stronger than I expected. We may have to gentle him after all before... Her eyes widened. But we cannot, can we? The prophecies, the light forgive us when we losing world. Prophecies, Moiraine said, nodding. Afterwards, we will do as we must, as we do now. As we must, the Amyrlin said. But when he learns to channel, the light help us all. The silence returned. There was a storm coming. Nynaeve felt it. A big storm. Worse than she had ever seen. She could listen to the wind and hear what the weather would be. All wisdoms claimed to be able to do that, though many could not. Nynaeve had felt more comfortable with the ability before learning it was a manifestation of the power. Any woman could listen to the wind, could channel, though most were probably, as she has been unaware of what she was doing, getting it only in fits and starts. This time, though, something was wrong. Outside, the morning sun was a golden hall in the clear blue sky. The birds sang in the gardens, but that was not it. There would have been nothing to listen to if she could not foretell the weather before the signs were visible. There was something wrong with this feeling this time, something not quite the way it usually was. The storm felt distant, too far off for her to feel it all, yet she felt as if the sky above should be coming pouring down snow and hail, all at the same time, with words howling to shake the stories of the days yet. But that was a muted underclass muted under the others. A bluefinch perched on an arrow slit like a mockery of her weather sense, peering into the hallway. When it saw her, it vanished in a flash of blue and white feathers. She stared at the spot where the bird had been. There is a storm and there isn't. It means something, but what? I fell down the hall of wooden women and small children. Saw Rand striding away, his escort of women half running to keep up. Nynaeve nodded firmly if there was storm that was not coming. He would have to center of it. Gathering her skirts, she hurried after him. Women with whom she had grown friendly since coming to Faldara tried to speak to her. They knew Rand had come with her and that they were both from the Two Rivers, and they wanted to know why the Amyrlin had surrounded him. The Amyrlin's seat. Ice in the pits of her belly, she broke into a run, but before she left the women's apartments, she had lost him around too many corridors and beyond. Too many people. Which way did he go? She asked Nisura. There was no... Yo, Raymond, what's up? How's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. What you doing, brother? Which way did he go? Asked Nisura. There's no need to say who. She heard Rand's name in the conversation, and the other women clustered around the arched doors. I don't know, Nynaeve. He came out as fast as his heart's bane beat itself at his heels. And, well, he's made coming here with a sword at his belt. The Dark One should be the least of his worries after that. What is the world coming to? And him presenting to the Amyrlin in her chambers, no less? Tell me, Nynaeve, is the reality really a prince in your land? The other women stopped talking and leaned in to listen. Nynaeve was not sure what she answered. Something that made them let her go on. She hurried away from the women's apartments, head swiveling at every cross corridor. to look at him fist clenched light. What have they done to him? Should I have gotten him away from Moraine somehow? The light blind her. I'm his wisdom. Are you, a small voice taunted, for your abandoned Edmund's Field to fend for itself? Can you still call yourself the wisdom? Oh, that new Game of Thrones spin-off, the first episode came out about Dunk and Egg. Seven Swords or whatever it's called? My brother was talking about it. I did not abandon them, she told herself fiercely. I brought Marva Malin up the Devon River to look after matters till I get back. She can deal well enough with the mayor and the village council, and she gets on well with the women's circle. Marva, a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Ah. I am the wisdom of Edmund's Field, she said aloud. A liveried servant carried a bolt of cloth, blinked at her, and then she bowed low before scurrying off. By his face, she was eager to be anywhere else. Blushing, Nynaeve looked around to see if anyone had noticed. There were only a few men in the hall, engrossed in their own conversation, and some women in the back in gold, going around their business, giving her a bow or a curtsy as she passed. She had had the argument with herself 100 times before, but this was the first. It had come to talking to herself out loud. She muttered under her breath, then pressed her lips firmly together when she realized what she was doing. I gotta be up at 5 a.m. though, cringe, but last day of the shift. Hell yeah, Ahab, that's what it's all about. I mean, honestly, I'm tired as shit, and it's my brother's birthday tomorrow, so we're probably gonna end the stream after we finish this chapter, so it's gonna be a little bit of an early day. I'm sorry, Raymond, that you just popped in. I don't know how many pages are left in the chapter, though. It could be 10 more pages. Who knows? Blushing, Nynaeve realized what she was doing. When she finally she was finally beginning to realize her search was futile, when she came on land, his back to her, looking down on the outer courtyard through an arrow slit. The noise from the courtyard was all horses and men, neighing and shouting. So intent was Lan that he did not for once seem to hear her. She hated the fact that she could never sneak up on him, however softly she stepped. She had been accused, she'd been accounted good at wood scraft back in Edmund's Field, though it was not a skill in which many women took any interest. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna watch that episode and try and knock the fuck out. Also, why the fuck do we have to take an unpaid lunch hour? What the fuck? Oh, I know, Ahab. I know. Usually people can just, like if you're not a closer or something like that, you can, like, figure something out to, like, skip your lunch. Right? There's a lot of people that, that do that. That, like, basically just don't take their lunch and they just leave an hour early. But it's like you gotta have a certain shift on a certain day with a certain coverage, right? But yeah, no, it's so fucking annoying having to split your fucking shift like that. That's illegal if you work over 6 hours total. I don't know what Canadian labor laws are, Sean. They just do it so they can lengthen out people's shifts, right? So an 8.5 hour shift is actually 9.5 hours because of the hour break. I'd literally just, like, fucking go take a nap for, like, 3 hours. And they're like, where were you? And I was like, I don't know, I fell asleep. It is what it is, man. The second I sit down, I'm fucked. You're working 6 hours. You can choose to have a 10-15 minute paid break, but must leave at the 6 hour mark. I don't know. Not that Walmart does anything that's legal anyways. So I don't think legal really has a say in this. She She stopped in her tracks, pressing her hand to her stomach in quiet flutter. I had to dose myself with rannel and sheep tongue root, she thought sourly. It's a mixture she gave anyone who moped about to claimed they were sick or behaved like a goose. Rannel and sheep tongue root would perk you up a little and did no harm, but mainly it tasted horrible and the taste lasted all day, and it was a perfect cure for acting the fool. It's not Walmart that gets boned if it comes out unless they're forcing it on you and have the proof. My state is hard on those laws. They will fuck the company with fines. Walmart doesn't give a shit about fines. They take those fines up the ass. They don't give a shit. They lose like $80,000 in fucking shit a day to fucking theft. Safe from his eyes, she studied the length of him, leaning against the stone and fingering his chin as he studied what was going on below. He's too tall, for one thing, and old enough to be my father for another. A man with a face like that would have to be cruel. No, he's not that. Never mind. Never that. And he was a king. His land was destroyed while he was a child, and he would not claim a crown, but he was a king. For that, what would a king want with a village woman? He's a warder, too, bonded to Moiraine. She has loyalty to death and ties closer than any lover, and she is him. She is everything I want. The light burn her. He turned from the arrow slit, and she whirled to go. Nynaeve, his voice caught her, held, and I wanted to speak to you alone. You always seem to be in the women's apartments or in company. It took an effort to face him, but she was sure her features were calm when she looked at him. I'm looking for Rand, she said. She was not about to admit to avoiding him. We said we all won't need to stay long, and you and I shamed myself, which is I will not do again, and you told me to go away. I hope this show doesn't shit itself like House of the Dragon. True. I never said. It's because they're only doing it because of hype. They're not doing it because of passion. They're not like, oh my god, this is an amazing story, let's tell the story. They're like, oh, money, 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 money. That's the fucking problem. Told you I had nothing to offer for bride price. The widow's clothes. Not a gift any man could give a woman. Not a man who can call himself a man. I understand, she said coolly, in any case. A king does not give gifts to village women. And this village woman will not take them. Have you seen Rand? I need to talk to him. He was seen at the Amberlin. Do you know what she wanted with him? His eyes blazed like blue ice in the sun. She stiffened her legs to keep from stepping back, and met him glare for glare. The Dark One take Rand al'Thor and the Amberlin seat both, he grated, pressing something into her hand. I will make you a gift that you will take if I have to chain it to around your neck. She pulled her eyes away from his. He had to stare like the blue-eyed hawk when he was angry. In her hand was a signet ring. Heavy gold and worn with age, almost large enough for both her thumbs to fit through. On it, a crane flew above a lance and crown, all carefully wrought in detail. Her breath caught. The ring of Malkirian kings. Forgetting to glare, she lifted her face. I cannot take this land. That first season was pretty good. Yeah. Shrugged in an offhand way. Is it nothing? Old and useless now. But there are those who would know it when they saw it. Show that, and you will have the goose straight and help if you need it. From any lord in the borderlands. Show it to a warder, and he will give you aid, or carry a message to me. Send it to me, or a message marked with it, and I will come to you without delay, and without fail, this I swear. The vision blurred at the edges. If I cry now, I will kill myself. I can't. I do not want to get a gift from you, Alan Mandragoran. Here, take it. Defended her offer attempts to give the ring back to him. His hand enveloped hers gently, but firm as a shackle. Then take it for my sake as a favor on me, or throw it away if it displeases you. I have no better use for it. He brushed her cheek with a finger as she gave a start. I must go now, Nynaeve. Mashira. The Amberlin wishes to leave before midday, and there is much yet to be done. Perhaps we will have time to talk on the journey to Tar Valon. He turned and was gone, striding down the hall. Nynaeve touched her cheek. She could still feel where he had touched her. Mashira. Beloved of heart and soul, it meant, but a love lost, too, lost beyond regaining. Fool woman, stop acting like a girl with her hair still not braided. It's no use letting him make you feel. Clutching the ring tightly, she turned around and jumped when she found herself face to face with Moiraine. How long have you been there? She demanded. Not long enough to hear anything I should not have. The Aes Sedai replied smoothly. We will be leaving soon, I heard that. You must see to your packing. Leaving. It had not been penetrating when Lan said it. I will have to say goodbye to the boys, she muttered, then gave Moiraine a sharp look. What have you done to Rand? He was taken to the Amyrlin. Why? Did you tell her about... She could not say it. He was from her own village, and she was just older than he'd have looked after him in a time or two when he was little, but she could not even think about what he had become without her stomach twisting. The Amyrlin will see all three. Nynaeve, Ta'Veren are not so common that she would miss the chance to see three together in one place. Perhaps she will give them a few words of encouragement, since they are riding with Ingtar to turn those who stole the horn. They will be leaving about the time we do, so you had better hurry with any farewells. Nynaeve dashed to the nearest arrow slit and peered down at the outer corridor. Horses were everywhere, pack animals and saddle horses, and men hurrying about them, calling to each other. The only clear space was where the Amyrlin's palanquin stood, its paired horses waiting patiently without any attendants. Some of the wardens were out there looking over their mounts, and on the other side of the courtyard Ingtar stood with a knot of Shanarans around him in armor. Sometimes the warder or one of the Ingtar's men crossed the paving stone to exchange a word. I should have gotten the boys away from you, she said, still looking out. Egwene, too. If I could do it without killing her. Light, why did she have to be born with this cursed ability? I should have taken them back home. They are more than old enough to be off apron strings, Moiraine said dryly. And you know very well why you could never do that, for one of them, at least. Besides, it would mean leaving Egwene to go to Tar Valon alone. Or have you decided to forgo Tar Valon yourself? If your own use of the power is not schooled, it will never be able to use it again. Nynaeve spun the face to the Aes Sedai, her jaw dropping, and she could not help it. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you think I did not know, child? Well, as you wish it. I take it in that you are coming to Tar Valon, yes? I thought so. Nynaeve wanted to hit her, to knock her away in the brief smile that flashed across the Aes Sedai's face. Aes Sedai had not been able to wield power openly since the breaking, much less the one power, but they plotted and manipulated, pulling strings like puppet masters, used thorns and nations like stones on a stone board. She wants to use me, too, somehow. If a king or queen, why not a wisdom? Just the way she's using Rand. I'm no child, Aes Sedai. Took 3 shows, but they did a faithful thing at Game of Thrones. A shitting scene. What are you doing with Rand now? Have you not used him enough? I don't know why you have not had him gentled now the Amyrlin's here with all those other Aes Sedai, but you must have a reason. It must be some plot you're hatching. The Amyrlin knew what you were up to. I wager Moiraine cut her off. What possible interest could the Amyrlin have in a shepherd? Of course. If we were brought here to the attention in the wrong way, he might be gentled or even killed. He is what he is, after all, and there is considerable anger about last night. Everyone is looking for whom to blame. The Aes Sedai fell silent in silent stretch. Nynaeve stared at her, grinding her teeth. Yes, Moiraine said finally, much better and less let sleeping lions sleep. Best you see to your packing now. She removed off the direction Lan had gone, seeming to glide across the floor. Grimacing, Nynaeve swung her fist back against the wall. The ring dug at her palm. She opened her hand to look at it. The ring seemed to heat her anger, focus her hate. I will learn. You think because you know you can escape me, but I will learn better than that than you think, and I will push you down for what you've done. For what you've done to me and Matt and Perrin. For Rand, the light, help him. And the creator, shelter him, especially for Rand. Her hand closed around the heavy circlet of gold. And for me, Egwene watched, liveried maid folding her dresses onto the leather-covered table chest. Still a little uncomfortable. Even after nearly a month's practice with someone else's offering, she could very well have done herself. They offered such beautiful dresses, all gifts from Lady Amelisa, just like the gray silk riding dress she wore, though that was plain except for a few white morningstar blossoms worked on the breast. Many of the dresses were much more elaborate. Any one of them would shine at Sunday or at Beltane. She sighed, remembering that she would be in Tar Valon for the next Sunday, not Edmund's Field. From the little Moiraine had told her of novice training, almost nothing really. She expected she might not be home for Beltane in the spring or even the Sunday after that. Nynaeve put her head into her room. Are you ready? She came to the rest of the way. We must be down in the courtyard soon. She wore a riding dress, too, in blue stock with red lover's knots on the on the blossom. Another gift from Emelisa. Nearly, Nynaeve. I'm almost sorry to be going. I don't suppose we'll have many chances in Tar Valon to wear the nice dresses Emelisa gave us. She gave an abrupt laugh. Still wisdom. I won't miss being able to bathe without looking over my shoulder the whole time. Much better to bathe alone, Nynaeve said briskly. Her face did not change, but after a moment her cheeks colored. Egwene smiled. She's thinking about Lan. It was still odd to think of Nynaeve, the wisdom, mooning over a man. She did not think it would be wise to put it to Nynaeve as in quite that way, but of late, sometimes the wisdom acted as strangely as any girl who had settled her heart on a particular man, and one who doesn't have enough sense to be worthy of her, and that she loves him. And I can see he loves her, so why can't he have sense enough to speak up? I don't think you should call me wisdom any longer, Nynaeve said suddenly. Egwene blinked. It was not required exactly, and Nynaeve never insisted on it unless she was angry or being formal, but this, why not ever? You are a woman now, Nynaeve glanced at her unbraided hair, and Egwene resisted the urge to hurriedly twist it into a semblance of a braid. Aes Sedai wore their hair any way they wanted. They weaved her loose and became a symbol of starting a new life. You are a woman, Nynaeve said firmly. We are two women, a long way from Edmund's Field, and it will be longer still before we see home again. It will be better if you simply call me Nynaeve. We will see home again, Nynaeve, we will. Don't try to comfort the wisdom girl, Nynaeve said gruffly, but she smiled. There was a knock at the door, but before Egwene could open it, Ysera came in, agitation all over her face. Egwene, that young man of yours is trying to come into the women's apartments. She sounded scandalized, and wearing a sword, just because the Amyrlin let him enter that way. Lord Rand should know better. He is causing an uproar. Egwene, you must speak to him. Lord Rand, Nynaeve snorted. That young man is growing too big for his breeches. When I get my hands on him, I'll lord him. Egwene put a hand on Nynaeve's arm. Let me speak to him, Nynaeve, alone. Oh, very well. The best of men are not much better than a housebroken. Nynaeve paused and added, half to herself, but then, the best of men are worth the trouble of housebreaking. Egwene shook her head as she followed Ysera into the hall. Even half a year before, Nynaeve would never have added the second part, but she'll never housebreak Lan. Her thoughts turned to Rand, causing an uproar. Was he? Housebreak him, she muttered. If he hasn't learned manners by this time, I'll skin him alive. Sometimes that is what it takes, Ysera said, walking quickly. Men are never more than half civilized until they're wedded. She gave Egwene a sidelong glance. Do you intend to marry Lord Rand? I do not mean to pry, but you are going to the White Tower, and the Aes Sedai seldom wed, but none of some of the Green Jaw have seen have heard, and not many of them, and Egwene could supply the rest. She had heard the talk in the women's apartments about the suitable wife for Rand. At first, it had caused stabs of jealousy and anger. He had been all but promised to her since they were children, but she was going to be an Aes Sedai, and he was what he was, and a man who could channel. She could marry him and watch him go mad, watch him die. The only way to stop it would be to have him gentled. I can't do that to him. I can't. I do not know, she said sadly. Nasura nodded. No one will poach where you have a claim, but you are going to the tower, and he will make a good husband. Once he has been trained, there he is. The women gathered around the entrance to the women's apartments. Both inside and out were all watching there, the men in the hallway. Outside, Rand, with his sword buckled over his red coat, was being focused, comforted by Egilmar and Khajiit. Neither of them wore a sword even after what had happened in the night. These were still the puppets' apartments. Egwene stood at the back of the crowd. You understand why you cannot go in, Egilmar was saying. I know that things are different in Andor, but you do understand. I didn't try to go in, Rand sounded as if he had explained all this, and was more. I told the lady Nisura I wanted to see Egwene, and that she said Egwene was busy, and I'd have to wait. All I did was shout her from the door. I did not try to enter. You'd have thought I was naming the Dark One, the way they all stared at me. Women have their own ways, Khajiit said. He was tall for a Shienaran, almost as tall as Rand, lanky and shallow. His topknot was black as pitch. They set the rules for the women's apartments, and we abide by them when they when they are foolish. A number of eyebrows are raised among the women, and the hastily cleared his throat. You must send a message if you are to wish to speak to one of the women, but if you are delivered by they choose, and until it is, you must wait. That is our custom. I have to see her, Rand said stubbornly. We're leaving soon. Not soon enough for me, but I still have to see Egwene. We have to get the Horn of Valir and the dagger back, and that will be the end of it. The end of it, but I want to see her before I go. Egwene frowned and sounded odd. No need to be so fierce, Khajiit said, and to Ingrid, we'll find the horn, and if not, then another will retrieve it. The wheel weaves and the wheel wills, and we are but threads in the pattern. Do not let the horn seize you, Rand, Egilmar said. It can take a hold of a man. I know how. It can. And that is not the way. A man must seek duty, not glory. What will happen, will happen. If the Horn of Valir is meant to be sounded for the light, then it will be. Here is your Egwene, Khajiit said, spotting her. Egilmar looked around and nodded when he saw her with Nisura. I will leave you in her hands, Rand al'Thor. Remember, here her words are law, not yours. Lady Nisura, do not be too hard on him. He only wished to see his young woman, and he does not know her ways. Egwene followed Nisura to the Shinar woman, threaded her way through the watching woman. Nisura inclined her head briefly to Egilmar and Khajiit. She pointedly did not include Rand. Her voice was tight. Lord Egilmar, Lord Khajiit. He should know this much of our ways by now, but he is too big a spank, so I will let Egwene deal with him. Egilmar gave Rand a flattery pat on the shoulder. You see, you will speak to her, if not exactly in the way you wished. Come, Khajiit, we have much to see yet. The Amyrlin seat insists on. His voice trailed off. The women there were watching, Egwene realized, watching her as well as Rand, waiting to see what she would do. I'm supposed to deal with him, am I? She felt heart going to burst. His hair needed brushing. His face showed anger, defiance, and weariness. Walk with me, she told him. A murmur started up behind them as she told him, as he walked down the hall beside her, away from the women's apartments. Rand seemed to be struggling with himself, hunting for what to say. I've heard about your exploits, she said finally, running through the women's apartments last night with a sword, wearing the sword of an audience in the Amyrlin seat. He still said nothing, only walked along, frowned at the door. She didn't hurt you, did she? She could not make herself ask if he had been gentled. He looked anything but gentled, but she had no idea what a man looked like afterwards. He gave a jerk. No, she didn't. Egwin, the Amerlin, she shook her head. She didn't hurt me. She had the feeling that he was going to say something else entirely. Usually, she could ferret out whatever he wanted to hide from her, but when he really wanted to be stubborn, she could more easily dig a brick out of a wall with her fingernails. By the set of his jaw, he was at his most stubborn right now. What did she want with you, Rand? Nothing important. Taveren. She wanted to see Taveren. His voice softened as he looked down at her. What about you, Egwin? Are you all right? Moiraine said you would be, but you were so still, I thought you were dead at first. Well, I'm not, she laughed. She could not remember anything that had happened after she had asked Matt to go to the dungeons with her, not until waking up in her own bed that morning. From what she had heard of the night, she was almost glad she could not remember. Moiraine said she would have left me a headache for being foolish if she could have healed the rest and not that. But she couldn't. I told you, Fane was dangerous, he muttered. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. If that's the way you're going to talk, she said firmly, I'll give you back to Nisura. She won't talk to you she won't talk to you the way I am. The last man who tried to push his way into that woman's apartment spent a month up to his elbows in soapy water helping with the women's laundry, and he was only trying to find his betrothed to make up an argument. At least he knew enough not to wear his sword. The light knows what they'd do to you. Everybody wants to do something to me, he growled. Everybody wants to use me for something. Well, I won't be used. Once we find the horn and Matt's dagger, I'll never be used again. With an exasperated grunt, she caught his shoulders and made him face her. She glared up at him. If you don't start talking sense, Rand al'Thor, I swear I'll box your ears. Now you sound like Nynaeve, he laughed as he looked down at her. His laughter faded. I suppose I'll never see you again. I know you have to go to Tar Valon, I know that. And you'll become an Aes Sedai. I'm done with Aes Sedai, Egwin. I won't be a puppet forever. Not for my brain or any of them. He looked so lost. She wanted to put his head on her shoulder, and so stubborn she really did want to box his ears. Listen to me, you great ox. I am going to be an Aes Sedai, and I'll find a way to help you. I will. The next time you see me, you will likely want to gentle me. She looked around hastily. They were alone in their stretch of the hall. If you don't watch your tongue, I will not be able to help you. Do you want everyone to know? Too many know already, he said. Oh. Had an ad. Oh, I had an ad. Even an ad waiting down ads with an ad for bad rads. And I went and said I had an ad. It came to me in a dream and I told it, oh, it's just what it seems. But you know they tell me I don't know what an ad. An ad knows what an ad would do. An ad for an ad tells ads about ads for ads with ads for dads. I have the ad for the dad wad be ad pad wad fad dad mad bad dad ads. She looked around hastily. They were alone in their stretch of the hall. If you don't watch your tongue, I will not be able to help you. Do you want everyone to know? Too many know already, he said. Egwin, I wish things were different. But they aren't, I wish. Take care of yourself, and promise me you won't choose the Red Ajah. Tears blurred her vision as she threw her arms around him. Take care of yourself, she said fiercely into his chest. If you don't, I'll... She thought she heard him murmur, "I love you." And then he was firmly unwrapping her arms, gently moving her away from him. He turned and strode away from her, almost running. She jumped when Nasura touched her arm. He looks as if you set him a task he won't enjoy, but you mustn't let him see you cry over it. That negates the purpose. Come, Nynaeve wants you. Scrubbing her cheeks, Egwene followed the other woman. Take care of yourself, you wool-headed lummox. Light, take care of him. Damn, what a fucking moment. Holy shit. Oh. That was crazy. That was a good chapter. That was a really good chapter. I like that. Oh, shit. I'm fucking tired as balls. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a great day today. It was a fucking blast. We will be back again tomorrow. We might be a little bit late tomorrow, so be wary of that. I don't know exactly what's happening with my brother's birthday, so I'll keep you guys updated on Discord and all that. But remember, never stop being you. Never stop being creative. Never stop using your imagination. That is the power that you have. Your influence on the world is your own mind, so use it to your own advantage. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys, get your wheels ready. Where are we going today? Let's hit it. Okay, we got a new one. We're always finding new ones. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. See you on the other side. Alright. Fuck you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.